ready for this.
Just want to be myself. Don't talk to nobody else. I want to be someone special. I don't want to be a typical person. To get away from my devil. Start from fresh with a fundamental. I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it right. I'm learning how to be a better version of you. And now I realize I'm talking to myself. Doesn't really need to be forever. Doesn't make you feel better. I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it right.
I can't go back to you, my friend. Don't even ask, don't play pretend.
You know you left me lonely, I could tell them the whole story. It may take a couple hours, I've got time, let's get to chat. How could I explain the situation? Man, it's so damn complicated. Where do I start, where do I end? I should go back to bed. I'm going back to all the basics, teaching myself now how to erase it. It's like learning a whole new language, and I'm afraid, too scared to face it. I just want consistent clarity, but all my thoughts destroying me. Some peace of mind is all I need to give peace to all of my family. I can't go back to you, my friend. Don't even ask, don't play pretend. You think you are everything I need, but I gotta leave. Try but can't get through to me. It's not you, yeah, it's always me. I close my heart to you, you see it opens up for nobody. It's been so hard to fall asleep. The weather always makes my nose bleed, makes my nose bleed. It's so hard to believe that one day I'll feel peace. I want control over my life, I want that driver's seat. Yeah, it's not you that I need. You push me down when I'm weak. You were never there for me. Go pick up your keys and leave. I can't go back to you, my friend. Don't even ask, don't play pretend. You think you're everything I need, but I gotta leave. Can't go back to you, my friend. Don't even ask, don't play pretend. Cause you think you are everything I need, but I gotta leave.
Listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer of reviews, that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. Of reviews, that's on you. I'll be on a flight soon to the end. I sing you. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? Better that I win my own medicine for you. Never gonna make them think I'll stand there. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know that lose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know that lose. Don't mind if I do. Free as the wind and as strong as a piece of amber. Give me a breath like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be on a fleet soon to the end. I'm singing. Ooh. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know that lose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know that lose. Don't mind if I do.
Hello, welcome back to the Blitz Gaming Series, and today is Playday number 3. I'm Alios, being joined by a British guy who's currently at an undisclosed location for his own safety as he's casting a region other than his own.
Yeah, last of my cast of DU didn't go too well, but I'm only casting this because it's just such a better region. I know I'm betraying my own people, but NA, the best region in the world.
Well, presently, as we do have the most recent major title, but that's not really what we're here to discuss. We are here to discuss tonight's games, which we'll get to in a sec, but first, we should go over the standings a little bit just to kind of establish where we are. To make up that lost ground that you might have if you lose a couple of the early games, but it's also an opportunity to set yourself up for failure in the later seasons if you fall short too early on and then pick it back up too late. So there is kind of both high and low pressure for these early games. So it does make them pretty interesting, especially with them being BO1s where anything can happen.
Anything can happen in B1s, especially if you go to a map like Oregon or Clubhouse, because they're such simple maps. A team like 1HP can beat it. I'm not saying they're a bad team, but they're not on the level of a team like Aerial Rise. But right now, it is a very close game, and now we're going to be able to see the rosters soon enough. And here they are.
1HP versus Zomlords. 1HP is going to can't speak. 1HP consists of Gold, Camo, Stealth, Seinfo, and Effect versus Zomlords, which is Flixer, Cordell, Perseus, Fire, and QS. Now, some standouts for me here. On 1HP, it's going to be a Seinfo because he was top 8 in Element 2 qualifiers, which is not nothing, and he was one of the fraggers for that team And so he's going to bring a little bit of that energy to 1HP and a little bit of that experience. And then likewise, Flixer on Zomblers is someone that's been around for a while and has a lot of mechanical skill of his own. And that is always kind of something you want on those entry spots. So both of these teams are going to have a decent amount of firepower and a decent amount of experience, as well as all of these players have been around for a good bit of time. And so hopefully that's going to translate to some strategic excellence when we're actually in the game, but we'll kind of have to see how that goes.
I think you're sleeping a little bit on Camo, though. Camo is such a great player in his own right as well. But you are right on the two players. Flixer, I swear to God, I've seen him on Zomblers for 5 years now, but he is a great player, a great fragger, and I cannot wait to see that matchup between those two players.
We have to establish where the game is going to take place here, so we can throw things over to the map bans real quick and just kind of see what are things looking like. And we're going to go to Clubhouse here, which is one of those best of one warrior maps, as I like to call them, along with things like Oregon and Chalet. The Oregon is being removed pretty soon here. And there is a reason for that, because everyone knows Clubhouse, everyone loves Clubhouse. We've all played it for years and years and years. It was personally the map that my first ever scrim took place on, and I'm sure that's not an uncommon experience. And so with the kind of phase we're in these Blitz Gaming Series play days, right, it makes sense that we're going to see maps like Clubhouse come out, because it's kind of low stakes and you don't want to show your whole hand too early into the competition. You want to have some stuff saved up for those decider games later on and for the playoffs if you reach that point.
Yeah, it's the classic G2 strat, saving your strats early, getting those simple maps in early so you can just play either defaults or just play your gun skill advantage. And I think that's what 1HP is trying to do. All 5 of them are very good and heavily inspired by their gun skill. And Zomblers, yes, they're just as good, maybe even better. I don't think they'll come close to 1HP when the map comes.
We'll have to see how that goes there, and it is certainly possible for 1HP to hold a pretty definitive advantage in the mechanical skill, especially since they do get to start on the defense. But with that being said, it is worth noting that we are on the quarter system, which you have seen in Element 3, which basically means that instead of 6 rounds on one side, then a side swap, there's a side swap every 3 rounds. And so with Clubhouse, it tends to be a little bit more 50-50, so it might not matter as much, but that does mean that the bans are going to have a little bit more impact here once we get to those, and it also means that there is a little bit more pressure to make your defenses work.
Yeah, the quarter system really helps to stop momentum from going along, especially with a team, say, that is more heavily defender-sided. They can't then get that 6 rounds in a row and then ride off momentum in attack and get, say, like a lucky attack round, or just hope the team that's now defending makes a mistake. We are now going to go to a short break before the game, but we can't wait to get to it.
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just had to fix some things up real quick, but we are back and we can get into these bans here, which 1HP will have the first as they are starting. So we'll kind of get to see how they look to start things off here with this first attacker ban.
I'm expecting maybe Hibana, to be honest. Hibana's such a great ban on this map, but no, it's going to be the Thatcher. Thatcher's always a strong operator no matter what map it is, just because he negates every single operator with his EMP mines.
Yeah, it can certainly do a lot of damage to any sort of setup the defense might have. So mid-size 1HP doesn't want to see him. Monty as well being banned out. One would argue that Monty is the most broken operator in the game right now. And the Beast Coast roster that won the Manchester Majors certainly did. And now we're going to see the first defensive ban here, which is going to be Bandit from Zomblers, which is really interesting. He is a very good operator on this side. His ability to just trick things off of walls is potent, but it's also not when you see a ton.
No, it's a very out there ban. I'm very interesting how they're going to use it to their advantage. But yes, you're right. He can trick both the plat wall and the jacuzzi wall, and even, I know it's really hard to do, but you can also trick the dirt wall as long as you're not shot through the drone hole.
You can even trick that construction wall a little bit as well if that's what we want to go for. Tubero as well is going to be banned out by 1 HP. And with that bandit ban, I kind of have to question it, because one of the, not primary necessarily, but one of the main sources of wall denial you're seeing here is going to be banned out already by Zomblers. And so the Tubero being banned is going to make that a little bit more difficult. But we'll have to see how that comes into effect, which we will kind of be able to see immediately because we're going to Gym and Bedroom, which has a lot of places that you'd normally want to stick a bandit on, right? That jacuzzi wall, like you just said, the plat wall, the construction wall, or even maybe the mirror window inside a bathroom if you want to defend it that much. There are a lot of good places to put them here, and they're not going to have access to it.
The thing I'm looking at right now is the fact not only are they not bringing any wall denial, but if you look at the jacuzzi breach right now, it's got feet hole in, so it's looking like they're going to play that really aggressive, make sure they can get swings and picks off it early, and make sure they can't even get the wall open no matter what. The only chance they have of getting it open would be with soft breaches, maybe the Ash, or maybe even the Ace if he's got soft breach charges.
I would imagine it's going to be the Ash that gets this open. Maybe the secondary shotgun that Perseus has on strikers. You don't want to get too close to that wall with the feed holes in there, since it's pretty easy to get shot by that mirror window. The first thing we're going to see Zomblers look to take control of is CCTV, which is very standard for this site. It's a lot of good control to have just to apply pressure to the defenders, as well as just a good place to work to dislodge some of the players from places like Logi or Master Bedroom. There's going to be a Valkyrie chem, though, that can spot them out, which they are aware of, but they do have to still get inside and shoot it, and if they do that, Seinfo or Gold could go for a swing.
Could go for a swing, or maybe even hope to be able to, because if they have a cam below, they could even drop below, get that C4, but the attackers do need that control, because they want to make sure they have the control of servers to make sure they can easily play outside on rafters without being swung out, or so then they can eventually get the execute down.
Perseus is going to start opening up this wall here as Seinfeld gets the first pick onto fire. That's the Ash off of the board, and a lot of fragging power that Zomblers were going to want to have just completely knocked off the board. And with that, 1 HP are going to look to get back to the bomb site and just reinforce things and play this man advantage, with the exception of Seinfeld, who is still over by CCTV, being lightly supported by Stealth. This is going to give a lot of pressure that Zomblers have to crunch through in order to get onto the site, and Effect's going to make it work with that C4 pick.
What a C4, and another thing with the Ash being down, that means the mirror windows will be staying up no matter what they do. No chance of the Ash charge, obviously, to break it. But now, coming down to the final minute in a 3v5 deficit, Zombies are not looking good, but there still is a chance. There's always a chance when you're playing this game but at the moment it's not looking like they've got. But the first pick for the side of Zombies comes in the form of Flixer onto Stealth, and now they're looking, it's looking a little bit more doable as they finally get the cash wall open, but 40 seconds left, it's looking very unlikely.
Seinfeld is going to contest the CCTV breach and just look to apply more pressure to that attacker and just isolate him from his teammates and prevent anyone from getting anything done here. A Jim Hoppin might be all that Zomblers can do.
And they do that Jim Hoppin, but they go down. Gold is down as well on the side of the defense, but Effect gets his second kill, and now it's all up to Corval on by Zomblers. Can he clutch it down? No, probably not. 10 seconds left. He's got to go for a miracle right now. It's going to be unlikely though, and it isn't down to be. Effect 3k on the round, a massive first round for the side of 1 HP. Yes, they're on the defense, and it is their primary bomb site, but still great for them to start from the lead.
Yeah, really good stuff from them to work that map control in a way that really makes Zomblers kind of have to question things and take things in a way that's a bit unorthodox. Even though they did get that jacuzzi wall open with the secondary shotgun that Perseus had, you still kind of look at that and go, what are they cooking here? Where's that other reinforcement going? And what ways will that potentially come back to bite us later? And in addition, 1HP were very good at contesting a variety of control around the map and keeping Zomblers from comfortably taking anything. They weren't able to just walk in CC or walk up a staircase because no matter where they went, there was someone pointing a gun at them.
Yeah, it was beautiful aggression being shared by 1HP. Not only that, the fact they didn't overswing at times, they're able to also stay restrained at times when they needed to be. And the thing I loved was that C4 play. As soon as he went to get that wall, they used the audio play to throw the C4, get the free pick on Thermite, and then the wall stays closed as well. So there's no advantage they get from having that.
Looks like there's the primary planter as well that was taken down by that, and that's always someone you want to have off of the board. Is anyone can plant the bomb, but typically the guy that you give the diffuser to first is going to have a certain awareness of where they can safely plant and what they can get away with during that plant. And having them off the board is the first, or not the first pick, but the second pick, furthers your man advantage and also just makes the attackers' lives harder. But speaking of harder lives, we do have a blitz coming out here from Cordell, which I'd imagine we're going to see a bit of a slow blitz here, not an immediate rush, but more of a traditional take with a blitz kind of being used as execute utility, like you might see like Ying being used. And combined with that fuse, there's a lot of control you can take pretty damn quickly if you're able to fuse the right thing along with having the blitz run inside.
Blitz, such a strong operator. Yes, we don't have the Monty on board. He can't extend us so the Monty can, but the flashing ability and just the way he can quickly get up into your face will either maybe discourage a defender, fluster them, and then obviously it could be a free pick, or even just have an attacker with you to then get the pick themselves. But right now it's looking like they're going to be doing a full top-down clear, but not many members on 1HP are actually roaming right now. It's looking like it's only Mira on those main stairs. Everyone else still just stuck inside site. Wait, never mind. Sorry, Seinfo is in bar right now, so if he's unchecked, this could be an easy pick for him.
Could potentially be. The first pick's going to go to the way of QS, though, onto gold, and that's going to force Seinfo to get a little bit more aggressive on this bar area here, especially with stealth being downed as well. A lot of these players on the site are starting to fall, and that blitz is coming in as well, and that can deal a ton of damage, especially with Seinfo being killed off himself. It's all up to effect on that Mira.
Flixer gets one and then goes down while afterwards Effect having to clutch in a 1v5 practically. He's gonna have to ace and he can't do it. Corvel with the final pick on that said blitz, and it is now a second round gone, and Zomblers instantly equalize back, no less on the basement side, which is seen as the most defender-sided site really in this map.
There's a lot of positional unawareness from 1HP, I feel, right? We saw Gold get picked up first, and he runs by the open hatch into that rotate hole that they had, and then he just gets killed off. And that kind of forces Seinfo to play a little bit more quickly than he might like to up there. And with the fact that he's by himself, he can't work a pinch or look to refrag anybody or anything. It's just himself that's up there, and that is a pretty solid gunfight for the attackers, especially with the ACOGs that can hold these long angles. And then at that point, there's just so much pressure on the site players to make some sort of hero play and catch the last defender, or last attacker rather. And with that blitz barreling down on them, that's not really an easy fight to take. Is the person behind the blitz has a lot of freedom to position themselves, as you kind of have to be concerned about the man running at you with the shield.
And especially if that blitz is able to get off the flash, you're practically a free pick, not only to the blitz himself, but also the guy behind it, because especially with the new shield changes, well, it's not new anymore, but with the way you now can melee and just push them down, it's so much easier as well to get stuff like that off. But also, you're right with the positioning thing. It also felt like maybe Sign was a bit too slow in his own approach, so maybe he was supposed to start maybe closer to Kitchen to slow him a little bit down then, but it seems like they were just able to get the map control so quickly, so easily, and the blitz is coming along again because they saw it work last time, so like, let's just double down on it.
There's a little bit more pressure offsite this time from 1HP, with Stealth, Gold, and Seinfeld all being located off the site. And they are going to use this to start pressuring out the attackers and just looking to make sure they can't quickly enter the map. They want to be the ones setting the pace here and preventing Somblers from using that mechanical skill that helped to win them the previous round. So far, that is working out. Kitchen Hatch is going to be open regardless, and it looks like we might see a couple players look to work this player that's outside of stock here. But so far, he's not revealing himself, as neither team really wants to put themselves in a position to give up that opening pick. They're playing a little bit safe.
Yeah, they're playing really safe at the moment, but the one thing you can say is 1HP wasting such great time right now. They're able to get those two players back to sides that look like down blue, and there's already a minute 30 gone, and they still haven't got control really of Bar or of Kitchen to start maybe get working their execute, because it looks like right now, pretty sure Sign's still on that top floor. Yeah, he's in Bar right now, and now he's going to be trying to still waste even more time. The only thing is he's currently on his own, so he could be a pick for Zombies to isolate, but it doesn't look like they're even trying to. They're in and around these main stairs. Do they even know that he's still upstairs? This could be a massive misread from Zombies if they don't know about him.
There is Overwatch on that kitchen hallway, which could make it difficult to make a play if there is someone actively contesting it like it looks like there is, but we will have to see. Only about a minute left here, and if they start moving around on the main stairs and position themselves a little bit poorly, then that absolutely could be a pick for Seinfeld. But that blitz is also going to kind of make the defenders miss Seinfeld being on the site with them, as he's currently working his way in dirt.
But it is Perseus to get the first kill onto Camo, and now the kills are rolling in. Sign Gold gets one each back, and now the defenders in the 4v3 advantage. Blitz and Buck, they're trying to push down this dirt, but Gold, he gets the next pick as well. And now it's all up to the dirt push of the Blitz and the Buck. It's looking very unlikely, as now goes, it's just the sole shield alive to try and clutch this round for his team. And he doesn't look like he's going to be doing it, but can he get the round? No, and it's finally Step Effect to get the kill through the smoke. A beautiful shot.
Yeah, really good stuff from them to kind of read into the fact that Zomblers, they wanted to do something pretty minimal there. They just want to take control of Kitchen and the immediate area around it, as well as dirt. And so they leverage that in order, and so 1HP leveraged that in order to kind of get people in these weird positions and contest what the attack is trying to do, so that they were able to sit comfortably and work things like they were the first time. And then by the time that blitz goes down, they know exactly where he's going to come from. They know what that take looks like, and 1HP is not a team that you're going to be able to fool more than once. They do have to attack now, though, and they're not going to have access to a Thatcher or a Monty when they do it. So we'll see what avenue they look to go down. They are going to use the Dokkaebi, which we would typically see banned out, but isn't here, which is going to give them a decent bit of power in that roam clear. It also will kick any dead players off of cams for 12 whole seconds, you know, if there are any dead players on cams, which during the late round, that can be quite potent if you time it with a push.
Yeah, very strong ability, very strong guns as well, because obviously, yeah, like you said, if there's a dead player alive, they time with a push, it's perfect. But the thing I'm looking at right now is the Azami. The Azami's going to be able to take these key barriers, make some Interesting one way for herself, and make sure the attackers just get a little bit discouraged, pushing certain ways. And the first time we've seen him on the board, because Zombies didn't take him at all. Deimos, a great operator at discouraging the throne. Right now, it doesn't look like there is much of a roam to begin with. The only person that's kind of close to being in a room is Valkyrie and Blue Stairs, but they've gone. No, they're in secret at the moment. But no, it looks like it is going to be a full bunker here for the side of Zombies, with Kate even tricking the hatch.
Yeah, it is pretty common to have a little bit of presence on main stairs and blue stairs when you're defending this side, just to make sure the attack can't take everything for free. Now that that control has been surrendered, though, we're going to see 1HP look to start working things, and already they've taken a little bit more control than Zomblers opted to, as we have active congestion of things like bar and this kitchen hallway, which the defenders have to deal with now, and they have to be aware of it. And that allows for a lot more opportunity for Gold to use this buck to make vertical play all around the site and dislodge these positions the defenders are going to want to hold.
Yeah, right now it's can they now use the time they've got left to start working this execute. They need to find a way to displace these defenders to make themselves an opportunity to either get the plant down, get an early pick, and then eventually set up that execute and win the round. But right now it's looking like it's going to be a kitchen take. Yeah, here's Deimos getting open the dirt wall. He's now going to go into kitchen. And yeah, they're just setting up this kitchen drop here. And there's a couple players also around blue. So it's going to look like it's probably going to be a blue kitchen take, actually. And just one person lurking down that dirt. It's a very common take from teams. But the interesting part is they don't really have... The only operator that can discourage and like displace members at the moment is going to be looking like that Capital. They do still have 5 flashbangs on the board as well. So that can also help them set up. But without the Grim, this could be a lot harder to move this Valkyrie out of her position.
A lot of powerful positions being held by these defenders, but now the clear is going to come out with the Capital and those flashbangs, but it's Seinfeld to get picked off first before Gold gets one back, and it's Zomblers in the kill feed so far as they decimate this attacking force. 1 versus 3 for effect, with everything to do and only 15 seconds left to do it. Quick peeking any angle he could find, trying to find an isolated 1v1, but no one's giving it to him. Perseus is the one to close it out.
What a beautiful shot from Perseus. I think the issue was there was no way to deal with those key barriers and remove the players from those key positions, because they only really had those Capitals and the flashes, but none of those were to push towards that area next to dirt where the Azami was playing and sitting to stop that kitchen drop. And because of that, she was able to hold her position, watch the drop, and then get those just free picks as they funnel down.
A bit of ineffective utility usage from 1HP, which is always unfortunate to see, but Zomblers do a great job taking advantage of that. Now we're going to see them go to the first site that 1HP won, which is Gym and Bedroom. One of the more prominent sites on this map, and especially since CCTV has kind of started to fall out of fashion with the amount of ways you can take that site. They're going to do an extension over towards Cache, much like 1HP did, but they're dedicating their utility a little bit differently, as they're going to throw 2 reinforcements on that CCTV wall and potentially throw a rotate in top red, which means Quads can play this Azami at the top of red and just kind of have free shields for a little bit. And then Perseus can hit this run out on a garage potentially if someone tries to go for it.
Cheeky little spawn peek coming out from Perseus, but they may have run into it. They do pre-fire the wall, but no, it doesn't actually look like they know about the Valkyrie. Oh wait, hold on. Is gunfight coming up? No, they don't know. So both players at the moment safe, but the run-up's coming and just about misses it. It's a massive misstep though, I think, from Perseus, because that could have been a massive pick. The first, not only the opening pick, but also the Grim off the board. That's going to be 1HP's execute operator, and if that pick came in, that could have spelt disaster and maybe an early round win for Zomblers. But it will be effect getting up this comm wall open. They're making sure no run-up will happen, and at the moment, it's very quiet on the side of both teams, but Fire goes down first. Gold with the pick. He's already in rafters. It didn't look like there was any contention on that side. They're taking down the Shred player, and they've already got CC control very early for the side of 1HP.
They're throwing out one of those calls as well, just to make sure that if someone tries to retake, they have a pretty good read on them, but no one goes for it, at least not yet. We do see Flixer down below, though. He might look to work his way up red or potentially just use those vertical holes that 1 HP made for themselves. But this drone that's underneath the doorway, if someone's sitting on it, that could cause a lot of damage if they know he's there, and they absolutely do. So now they can look to isolate this, as well as potentially the other player that's inside of Lounge. But that's also a lot of presence that isn't on the actual site itself.
Yeah, even though they know exactly where she is though, so it could be 3 pit. That's 1 for gold, 2 no. It is a refrag instantly though. Camo gets the kill on Perseus, and now in a 4v2, Quaz and Cordell has it all to do, and Cordell also goes down from the player in Logi. It's all up to, I couldn't even finish my sentence. QAS goes down, and it's a beautiful attacking round from 1 HP. They're able to clear out CC quickly, then able to check their flank drones, which a lot of people don't do because all 5 players were still alive. Most players wouldn't get on it, but they check their flank drones to be like, hey, is anyone making sure we're not getting flanked? They check it, get those 2 free picks onto the players. Yes, 1 player goes down, but they instantly get that trade, and then with a 4v2, they're able to converge on site and take the man advantage and take out the final 2 players.
Yeah, 2 players from Zomblers had died before even 1 player from 1 HP did, and there was an immediate refrag, which gives you that 4v2 we saw. And that means there's just so much on the site that Zomblers can't properly hold. They don't have the physical bodies they need in order to prevent the attack from just waltzing into the site. And that's kind of exactly what we see. Stealth finds a gap that no one's really able to properly watch, and then he just exploits that, walks into the site and gets those last 2 picks. Now we're going to see the same site come out from the Zomblers here. And I think the idea is just to kind of fix what happened last time and hold on to that man count a little bit more potentially. As we do see a couple adaptations. We see Fire playing a mute. We also see an Ella and a Melusi being brought out here. So they're going to look to control the way that 1 HP engages with this map a little bit.
Yeah, last time it just seemed like 1 HP were able to get ground so easily without much contention. They're able to get stock for free, then they were able to get rafters for free, and that's really what it looks like caused that res player to get flustered because he had nowhere to go because of the fact that 1 HP were given so much of the map so early on. So if they are able to contest them earlier this time, and it looks like they are going to, because it looks like it's going to be more of an exception into CC this time than just into Cash. But Gold already trying to get into rafters. He probably has a free pass. He does as well. And it does look like at the moment that it's somewhat free and he can just take control. He does.
If we could get up to that window again, that could be a lot of pressure that Zomblers are going to have to deal with. Meanwhile, though, a lot of the attackers are going to focus on getting these external walls open and getting that pressure done. Flexer gets killed off by Stealth, though, which is another opening pick that goes the way of 1 HP. And also, one of the primary mechanical figures that we were looking at in the pre-show as kind of being a shining spot for this entry for Zomblers, and he's been pretty effectively shut down most of these rounds.
Yeah, both plays that we looked at beforehand haven't been firing up, and there's the other one. Sign goes down to fire, and now we're back down to a 4v4. It's a really good refrag. Fire able to just listen out for as soon as when he gets on drones, and the aggressive play on that Mew able to profit, and now he's able to also stay below, so they don't know if he's going to be lurking up. They do have a flank cam though in Lounge currently. Sign is currently sitting on it, but he may be able to go up a different way, and if he shoots it, then they have no information on if he's about to come up. But Mira goes down. Corvels gets taken down by Stealth, but then instantly Stealth refragged. It's a back down to 3-3-3. Trades coming every so way, but there's QAS getting to finally putting Zomblers in a man advantage on this defender side, and it's a 2v2 now. A little bit stalling out here. 1 HP, they were doing aggression, but Fire, what a shot! That's double for the Mew, and that's all up to Gold. Can he clutch this 1v3? He still has a lot of time left. No Dokkaebi calls low left in pocket, no EMPs, 2 drones left. I don't know if cams have been hacked either, but Solon looks like they're in Logi now, and he's been swung from Logi, and it's Fire to get the free kill on the round. Massive round for himself. His aggressive plays and his gunplay able to give himself those free kills.
We're seeing a lot of these teams adapting to each other. They'll lose a site and then immediately go back and just kind of figure out what went wrong the previous time and what they need to do to prevent that from going wrong again. And in that case, a lot of it was just kind of sticking it to 1HP, not getting worried when they get that opening pick, and kind of working those bodies and that aggression a little bit more intelligently and a little bit more together in some cases. But even when they're not working it together, there is still an effort to be more clever with it. Like we see Fire, as you mentioned, get that pick by waiting for Seinfo to get on drone, then just kind of lurking his way in. And from that point, he doesn't overstay his welcome like we have seen a couple other times. He immediately falls back to the site and works with the rest of his team.
Very true. It just shows how smart these two teams are. Every single round, they're adapting that little bit to make sure they're able to then bounce back and make sure they have that even tie. It's been a really good game so far. Both teams battling back and making sure not one team is over the head. But the thing I didn't like about that one round for 1HP, in my opinion, was the fact they were really aggressive. Like, they just funneled into sight. They had so much time on their hands. It didn't look like they had a lot of information on the site, and they just funneled through doorways. It did take Zombies a little bit off guard, but since they had the crossfires, they were able to instantly get those refrags off.
Crossfires as well were held pretty firm, so once people tried to push the advantages they got, they just kind of walked into a man with a gun and got killed pretty immediately. Now that we're back on the way things started with 1HP on the defense and Zomblers on the attack, we'll see now how these teams are going to adapt what they've learned in these previous 6 rounds into these next potential 6 rounds, and just kind of see what happens. They're going to have a pretty similar defensive setup here for Jim and Bedroom, which does kind of make sense as they did win it the previous time, but that also gives Zomblers a lot of potential to adapt to this.
Yeah, last time they played it with aggression, but also they knew exactly when to hold themselves back. They got in the face of Zomblers and made sure they didn't feel comfortable. And now it's looking like they're going to do a similar thing. With Plat, I don't know if that was impacted or if it is not impacted, it was Ash Charge. So it didn't even reinforce it. So it seems like they've given a little bit of space for free, but Gold, he's looking to aggressive and stealth. If they don't know about him, he's able to lurk up maybe these red stairs or even into garage. There's no one currently contesting him. It's only the player outside Plaque, but QAS gets the opening pick on effect. That is the mirror down, and that's a C4 off the board. And not only that, that's that bathroom mirror now taken out.
A lot of good work here from Zomblers, and with the fact that they've stayed up a little bit and managed to get these picks, they've gotten a lot more done than they were able to previously. Saw left up to the last remaining 3 defenders, and Gold makes it a little bit easier, but there's some space being taken by the attackers now, just to make the defense a little bit more uncomfortable. C4 goes out and unfortunately misses, and Perseus just existing here is making the defenders question quite a few things, but with Stealth getting that pick onto Cordell, now he's just kind of in no man's land.
Yeah, he's now just stuck in the bottom, and all the defense knows exactly where he is. He's very isolated from his own teammate of Fire, but Stealth, he does go down now, and it's now 2v2, and Sign basically has no way to get to the site as the diffuser starts to go down from Fire. But the flank coming out from Gold, do they know about him? And he gets taken down. It's now basically, never mind, I was about to say it's a 1v2, but they are able to pick up Stealth. Close contention, the diffuser is down. That's the only problem right now for Zomblers, and the fact that they are basically both 1 bullet away from death. Silo still gets the kill, and now it's all up to Fire in a 1v2. Yes, post-plant, but he takes down Stealth. Beautiful shot now, but Sign with a beautiful shot on his own. The player we talked about beforehand, showing up big when it matters most. He has enough time for the defuse, and he'll get the round for 1 HP. A very close round, but what a round it was.
Yeah, we're gonna retake there from, or not even retake from Zomblers, but there was a lot of early, very good effort by Zomblers to kind of fix the issues we saw the previous time they attacked this site, with the bodies falling too fast and then moving a little bit too slowly. But 1HP do kind of have that mechanical skill where they can bring that back just by winning those fights. And honestly, I think the thing that kind of won that round for them was the fact that they got stealth back up, right? As he did end up dying in the end, but he gave Seinfeld time to get to the position he needed to be in order to take that fight with Fire out by that breach. And that teamwork there, that willingness to work together in that aggression, is a lot of what is allowing 1HP to be on top of the pile right now. We're going to have a very different roam from the previous time we saw this site, however, with a lot more emphasis being placed upstairs with some new gemmers, as well as the Oryx up here.
Yeah, it's looking like it's basically going to be an SSG style roam. It's a lot different from what we've seen out from both teams. Obviously, Zombies chose to do the bunker, and 1HP, they had a roam last time, but it was very... it wasn't to this extent. It was just a couple players on bar playing off each other. But now it's they're going to have to roam clear. But wait, it's bar. Oh, I looked at the site wrong. Bar is a very interesting site. Last time I saw it play massively well would have been Berlin Major. Obviously, Rogue, at that time, they were confident enough to take phase on series point to bar and stage, and they were able to win the major of it. So is that this kind of play from 1HP? It's not match point, but it's an out there pick, and it made Disco Zombies, because not many teams attack this site just because not many teams run this site.
The benefit as well is that a lot of it is kind of like defending Gym, as you are defending a lot of that same space upstairs. And with how good 1HP have already been at keeping Zomblers out of Gym, that could be a really good sign for them. As Sign does end up getting that opening pick onto Fire, and that's a lot of vertical play that's just off of the board now. Effect as well with one of his own. And now, with the dwindling men count, that blitz starts to look a little bit less effective with each pick, as he does have the ability to run at people and knock them down, but that gets less effective when there are less bodies alive. But with that 2K from the blitz, things are a little bit better for Zomblers.
It's a little bit, I was about to say, but beautiful shot from QWise, and now it's in an advantage. Blitz is close to death, basically, and the Warden will definitely stop him and discourage him a little bit. The only thing on the side currently for 1HP is probably the Valkyrie cameras that are giving them information out. I was going to say it looked like Zombies got overzealous and just took sight, or tried to take sight without knowing much information, because obviously Fire just jumping into the window and having just two players trying to take the gunfight. But right now, it's looking like they're trying to converge on these final two players. They don't really have much site control other than these head holes. They're both playing in and around this kitchen corridor, but that may be all they need, as if they've got that information from those Valkyrie cameras, they are able to contest it maybe with C4s or with just the head holes. But they do know exactly where they are thanks to that drone play, but does look like a little bit of stall coming out for Zombies, or just patience.
They want to get all their ducks in a row before they go for this, and it would appear that the Ducks have started to align themselves as they are looking to make moves here. They're going to go in through this Wolf lobby, and the first pick is going to go the way of the defense, but the attack gets one back immediately, and it's just up to Seinfeld in this 1 versus 2. He's going to crawl into the bathroom and reload his weaponry, as the attack is going to start going for that plant with the Blitz on Overwatch. He's going to give away his position with this doorway, and the Blitz just going to lie and wait, as both of these attackers know that he has to make the move now, and he can't even take the first step, as Perseus gets that pick and locks in the round for Zomblers.
Very beautiful one-tap coming out from Perseus, despite all the information on both players. Seinfeld not able to win it back. So maybe you could say the bar take is very ballsy, but maybe it wasn't the right idea from 1HP. They looked like they were able to get picks off aggression, but maybe then they were the team that over-aggressed, because they just took a little bit of silly gunfights there, especially the person from Gym who took the fight on plat. They probably could have just reset, went back to site, and played that 4v3 advantage.
Attackers need to locate and
A little bit of resetting would benefit 1 HP, and a little bit of willingness to sit still as well. The Zomblers aren't a team that you can just poke at and have them run at you. They're a team that is not careful per se, but absolutely willing to let you come to them and let you give them those picks. Then we're seeing 1 HP do a little bit of that here. They're getting a little bit overzealous. They're getting a little bit overconfident. And even in rounds where it hasn't costed them necessarily because they've won, it's still come pretty close here. And Zomblers, right, they are on the attack still here, and they are going to what's probably the best defensive site on this map here. But if 1HP are going to continue exposing themselves like that, they do have a great opportunity to take this.
They do as well, and the fact is, 1HP, they're currently 1 for 1 on this site, so they've shown they are able to lose it, but they also shown they're able to win it, and it's looking like right now they're still going to do that little bit of a roam. Right now it's still only Seinfeld really on the roam. You do have gold on the top of main stairs, but it's looking like they're still going to do this full take. They're going to make sure there's no one playing on that top floor. They're going to be more careful this time. Seinfeld was one of those players that really contested them on that room because they didn't really clear him out. Fire very cautious really of this corridor because he doesn't know what's down it. And another thing to say, Blitz again being brought out. Zombies are loving this Blitz at the moment. Obviously he got a 2k last round and he's looking to create some chaos again.
See a lot of damage onto Camo. Playing this kid hasn't had a great game so far, but this team has been doing it just fine regardless. Golden and Seinfeld are going to look to contest this bar area like they have been each time, but it's also been a lot of time is for Zomblers to read into it, and read into it they do. Perseus gets that opening pick and immediately starts looking for Seinfeld, but Seinfeld is going to think better of staying, try to fall back a little bit before eventually just falling back to the site proper. And now that's that opening pick going the way of the Zomblers as they dismantle a lot of this early pressure that 1HP were looking to apply.
Sign actually hasn't fallen back to site. He's currently in master bedroom. He's looking for that big flank. But I think there is still someone upstairs, and I think, yeah, they've got pings on him. It could have been smart of him going back to site because right now he's an isolated pick that they have full information of, and it's smart. One person's already on those flank camps early again, despite nobody on the attacks go down, and now he's got Blitz running at him. Can he get back to site before this Blitz comes railing down on him? He's taken out. It's poor misstep, in my opinion, from Seinfeld. He should have just gone back to site. He wasted a lot of time, yes, but now in the 3v5, it's going to be really hard to hold these major positions that they need to hold to make sure they can't get these execute off. But QAds goes down. That's Diffuser down as well. They still can pick it up, but it's a 1v4 anyway. Warden forgetting that his ability is to stop flashes because the Blitz now finally goes down, but it's all up to effect in this 1v4. A clutch has happened before, but it was a 1v2 by Seinfeld. Can he do it? No. It is Perseus to get the final kill. Also Perseus.
Really good stuff there from Zomblers to kind of read into what 1HP had been doing and what kind of worked for them last time and completely dismantling it. Getting the full information on those bar players and then running it down with the Blitz and the Buck. It's excellent use of those two operators. And then again, they use that Blitz for more roam clear later when they have him run down the Legion and force him into lounge. And they have Fire looking at it immediately, ready for that gunfight. So he's not able to get away. And then from that point, it's a 3 versus 5 on the site with one of the 5 being a Blitz who can dismantle these positions very effectively and lock people into certain areas that are safer. And that's going to give them a 4 to 5 or 5 to 4 round advantage here going into this final defensive quarter. If they can win 2 defenses here, then they're going to be the team that takes this in regulation.
It's all they need, and with this map isn't as defender-sided as a lot of the other maps are, but you still feel, I think you always still feel that a little bit more confident on defense, no matter the site. I don't know, or no matter the map. I don't know why, but it's just they've got to attack into your system. And currently, Zombies have been doing a lot better on the defense. Obviously, 2-1. Both teams 2-1 on their defenses at the moment, but they're also looking really good on the attack currently because they've just won the hardest site twice against 1HP. You could say it was an over-aggression coming out from them, and right now it's looking like they're going to go to bunkering this time. Oh no, sorry, this is Zomblers. What are we doing? Zomblers bunkering down. They have not lost this site yet.
Back down to the basement we go. The roam clear has started a little bit for 1HP with the first Dokkaebi call ringing out, but there's not really much on the top floor for 1HP to catch here, and the Dokkaebi call was most likely to verify that. but it is still something that might miss in the later portions of the round. Zom is also being used to do a little bit of construction and get a little bit more cover put up for the defense as the attack looks to dismantle some cover with their vertical play. And this buck from gold is going to be highly important here. This Capitao as well, from effect, is going to be used to dislodge some of these defenders. But so far, the defenders are kind of sitting pretty. They haven't been super effectively dislodged from these positions. And we're going to see an attempt at tricking this hatch inside a bar here as well.
I don't know if it was able to be successful. No, it looks like Flicks are able to give up on that X-Blade, but he's able to now rotate the Cade over to Triple Wall, as they will not be able to get, yes, the mirror window shot open or broken, sorry, it's been smashed, but they're not going to be able to get the wall open, and that will stop them hopefully from planting obviously behind that black box. But the one thing I want to see coming out from 1HP this time around when they're attacking basement is to be able to dislodge those players, dislodge this warden behind the Zami barricade. Last time they were not able to do that. But it's looking like they may go for an early... No, Flixer getting the free pick early on. It's on Sign. Sign goes down. He's been a massive player for them. And that is the Dokupe as well. I think both calls had already gone out though. But another pick, a beautiful bit of aggression coming out from Corval. But Gold instantly refragging back as well. And it's just a flurry of kills from Gold. A double kill as well. It's all up to the side of Fire and Kiwaz. 1HP looking to equalize this score on the map. But instantly come back Q-Wise, taking down the man of the moment. It's all up to Stealth and Effect. Stealth able to get in though, and it's looking like he's about to plant the bomb. He's getting it down, but Effect has to be able to cover this. Fire swinging out, looking for the player, and it doesn't take him down. No, instead it's Q-Wise to take both Stealth and Effect down for the triple kill on the round and puts Zombies up to match point and to get their first 3 points on the board and to make 1HP go down to 0-2.
Looks a little bit sketchy there for 1HP, though they do start to bring things back just a little bit. But now we are on map and match point here for Zomblers as they're able to go now to CCTV Cache as their secondary site, which is interesting as last time they went to Gym and Bedroom. So we'll look to see what's inspiring this change. We're going to see a lot of familiar faces here for this lineup. And that Wilmai, along with a Malusi Jammer, are probably going to be what's holding Rafters here, as that combination makes it very difficult to walk up and contest Rafters, and also difficult to clear Rafters with utility. And the Mira as well on that main wall, which it looks like they're going for. It might look a little bit goofy, but if you open it, then you can impact trick anything the attack tries to throw at the wall, and it makes getting it open with Thermite very difficult.
Yeah, it's just the first time we've seen CC obviously on this map so far. We've seen actually every bomb site. Not normally do you ever actually see that for map. But it's looking like the Wamai is going to be playing Rafters. No Azami, no Doc. Doc has been a operator that's been seen a lot recently in Rafters, especially in North America. But it maybe just be the Wamai solo. But I want to see what the K does with his two charges. Will he put them on Garage, or will he have one in pocket and one able to trick the main breach? Right now, it's looking like, yeah, both has gone to Garage. That's what they're trying to contest. They're trying to contest that very heavily. And I think 1HP may have read into this because it's looking like they're going to start trying to do a con take as they're all starting over closer to this master side.
It's not an uncommon thing, especially if there is a lot of emphasis being put on that plat wall, which we do see coming out from Zomblers. So Kama is going to start droning this out along with his teammates and just start opening things up a little bit slowly. They're also going to look to get this CCTV wall open a little bit, if for nothing else, just to have some pressure on that side of the map. But QS is going to continue to be excellent and get this opening pick and take down Stealth. And now that's a lot of execute utility that 1HP just no longer have access to.
Not only that, but it's basically Rafters is now going to be even harder to contest. Well, all you can stop with it is now a couple flashes. There's no way that you can really discourage the Wamai from playing up there, because the fact that the firebolts, you probably would have used the flashes to burn and the firebolts to obviously take out the player. The run out isn't effective as Gold is actually on deep repel, and now the ace is the one that finally comes down to repel upside down. If he did that a couple of seconds later, he would have gotten a pick. But they are able to get this main breach open and concise. There's a little couple benefits right now, or a little couple plus size for 1HP, but with how strong Zombies positions are currently, it's going to be really hard. QAS does over-aggress a little bit, and they do have the information in this guy's side to realize, hey, but Fire gets the second pick for the side of Zombies. Effect goes down, a massive player in this round currently, or in this game currently. QAS over-aggressing, nearly taken down by Gold, but just a couple whiff shots maybe, and the C4 goes out, won't land. And now only a minute left remaining. 1HP have to get something done. Camo takes a lot of damage as well. It's looking very bad for them as the player on red still with that mirror window contesting this Conside take as well. But Gold finally getting QS. But as I say that, Perseus gets stuff back onto Sign. Camo basically dead. He is dead now. Flixer gets the kill. It's all up to Gold in the 1v4, now 1v3. But Perseus gets the 2k and ends the game off. It is a 7-4 win for Zombies.
It's pretty convincing fashion there, especially once you kind of start to consider how the later rounds were going, as Zombies were very good at figuring out what exactly 1HP wanted to do and how they wanted to counter it, which in this case just kind of ends up being to send back a little bit of aggression towards 1HP, along with just keeping those bodies up and making sure that 1HP aren't just able to get straight up gunfights. They can never take things on their own terms. They always have to contend with what Zomblers has in mind for that round. And all that being said, does allow them to take that game and puts them in a pretty solid spot here if for the next few games they play to potentially get into a position for playoffs.
Yeah, it's looking great right now for Zombies. Obviously, they still have another chance. I'm pretty sure they do play 2 games each per group against each other. But it was looking like right now that 1HP has to maybe steal a win right now with Aerial Rise, as unlikely it is. But with Zombies, 1HP now down 0-3. It's looking bad for them, but great right now for Zombies as they start their campaign up 1-0, and now, well, yes, 1-0. But they've got obviously Hush as well, also Phantom Legion on as well, 1 game up. So they're the 2 teams you're looking at in those top 2 places.
Certainly is the case. But that being said, we're going to send things over to a quick break in order to get things ready for the next game. So make sure to get up, grab some popcorn, grab a drink, but be right back because we've got more for you.
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. You said I'd fly anywhere, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. We're all searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling.
Took a couple L's this week, it's been hard to get out of bed. She never looked that way at me, I swear she's fucking with my head. Take me far away from pain. Take me far away, far from yesterday.
Welcome back to Blitz Gaming Series. It's me, Milo, and I'm still joined with Ali. And up next, we have Wanted Goons versus Kunai, a very exciting matchup coming up. What's your thoughts on it, Ali?
Well, both of these teams are teams I've casted before, and Kunai being the more recent of the two, as I did cast them in Quals versus Free Eli, where they took that, I believe it was 8-6 on Chalet, so a good bit of depth to this team. It is worth pointing out, though, that Unwanted Goons Trix is currently subbing in for Gra, so there's going to be a little bit of tomfoolery on that side, or rather a little bit more tomfoolery than usual on that side, is things do change up a little bit when you have a substitute, even if they are a good player.
Yeah, Trix is a really good player, but yeah, your flow is gonna be a little bit messed up because obviously you're so used to playing with that original 5. You're going to be a bit confused when it's a different player, especially when you're losing a caliber of player like Gra. But Kunai are just as good, and they've got their own tricks.
Certainly do have tricks up their sleeve, along with Retro, Gekyu, Dexy, and Demented.
I'd say
it is worth... Oh, go ahead.
I'd say the two stand-up players currently for both teams, I would look at Gekyu and I'd look at Exige, at least me personally.
So as well, Exige has experience inside of Element, even getting to the playoffs in Element 2, along with my favorite round personally in Siege history, where they were all singing I Want It That Way, while making sure Nightmare Nix was denied his dreams of playoffs in Tier 2, which you should look up that tweet if you have not seen it, by the way. It is absolutely phenomenal. But with that experience, even just aside from how funny his games were, that is a lot that he can bring to this team, and a lot of experience, as well as he has Scoob like he did with the previous roster.
Yeah, we're now going to look at the map ban phase that's just been happening, and we are going to be taken to Cafe. A map it's a lot more strat heavy, so it's very interesting to see how it's going to be. Because see, the map before we had was Clubhouse in the last game, but Cafe is a lot different. It is a lot more defender sided, but there's a lot more you have to think about before starting an execute. There's so much things you have to clear and get ready for to make sure you're ready to start that execute down.
Yeah, there are a lot of steps on in Cafe that a lot of teams aren't fully prepared for, and especially against the caliber team that either of these two are. There's a lot you have to consider. There's a lot of verticality on this map that can make players that are proficient with either Buck or Sledge or Ram really good at just denying a lot of space and creating a lot of pressure for the defense to deal with. We'll have to see if that's what comes out, though. Kunai are going to start on the defense here, so they are going to have the better half for the first 3 rounds, but Wanted Goons are going to claim that spot after those first 3 rounds, so rounds 4 through 6. So we'll end up seeing how that affects things here.
A little bit of history on the side for Kunai. Gekyu, obviously a former member of Wanted Goons, not the main squad. He was a player for the ACAD team, so he may want to get a little bit of revenge for himself for the team dropping him. But Kunai, they may not be on the same caliber as Wanted Goons. Obviously, Wanted Goons XT2, they are a T2 caliber team. Unlucky to not qualify for Element 3 this time around. But Kunai, they're looking to make an upset. They should not be overlooked. They are all 5 of them. They're all very strong players, especially with their new pickup in Tricks. They're going to look to cause an upset here, but obviously, Wanted Goons, they're known for their strong plays. They're weird plays because they're the team that you always look at and be like, they're unconventional, you could say.
Yeah, Wanted Goons bring a very specific aura that a lot of teams aren't fully prepared for until they see it. That being said, though, they did end up losing to Team Sesh in regulation on, I believe it was Nighthaven Labs.
It was
in the Element qualifiers, and Sesh went 0-3, losing to Blacklisted, who a lot of people kind of thought were a shoo-in for that 0-3 spot. So they have had some rough times recently, and this is an opportunity to get some practice under their belts and start to undo a little bit of that.
First ban obviously will go to Kunai because they are starting on the defense. Who's the first attacker going to be banned out? Ying. Always an operator that you see banned a lot just because, again, she's really strong. She gives you an advantage all the time in any gunfight you're taking, and she brings good secondary util as well with those hard breach charges.
A lot of great execute utility off of the board. Now we'll see how Wanted Goons are going to respond. And that's going to be the Dokkaebi here, which is an operator that a lot of people ban, less so because she's overpowered, more so because she's annoying, in my opinion. Although there are some abilities that are definitely very difficult to deal with, but that also leaves the Monty up, which is very uncommon for the way the game tends to be nowadays. We're going to see Wanted Goons take out the first defender here, and that's gonna be the Azami, who is very powerful on every side on this map, but especially on top floor, as she can almost single-handedly control piano.
Azami most likely, or most probably, is the strongest defender currently in the game, at least for me, in my opinion. And the second will be Valkyrie, banned by Kunai. It means now they just don't have that information. We saw how vital Valkyrie was for the defense in the last map. And now, without that extra intel, it's going to be a lot harder for the defenders to lock down where the attackers are pushing from.
Good to see Monty being brought out immediately by Siege, which I think does make a lot of sense, as you can kind of enhance your take on any site here with that with the ability that he has to just take space quickly. And especially with the capable guns that we see on Wanted Goons, they're going to be able to play around that mobile cover that Siege can provide, and he'll be able to sit behind that shield and IGL his troops and maneuver them in whatever way he sees fit. And that's going to give the Monty a lot of versatility here. That being said, though, still not going to necessarily be a straightforward take, is the top floor here, it doesn't have a ton of ways to get physically into the building in a position that's advantageous. And Kunai are going to know that, and they're going to look to control those areas.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and especially with Jake Siege Allen on the Monty, he plays it a little bit more aggressively. We know how this team like to play, so most Montys will play more up in your face, passive, but he's a very aggressive Monty. He likes to swing out, he likes to take those gunfights, but somehow he most of the time wins them, and not only that, he doesn't overplay his cards still.
So is the thing that you want to see. We're still seeing some late setup coming out here from Kunai, but they do have a little bit of time here, as it does take the attack quite a bit of time to get to the top floor here. Their first goal is going to be to get these hatches open, then get into top red and look to start pushing into piano to clear that out. And if I recall, there was a player pressuring piano, though not directly, as he's going to be located inside of Pixel. There's also a player inside of the Humidor that is inside of Cigar Shop, which means that anyone dropping is going to have a hard time, even the Monty.
Monty has taken the space, and the Echo Drone instantly stuns out. It's a good pick against this Monty, obviously, because it makes the shield back away. It gives you an opportunity to take that gunfight. Now, the next step is going to be clearing this Pixel shield. They have the EMPs, and they have enough burn to clear these Wamai magnets. But what are they going to use to eventually burn the shield? It's probably going to be the nades of Tricks. Now, a minute 30 is already gone, but they do have a decent amount of control. The only problem, what you say, is the Goyo below.
You just have a Nitro cell, so there's not going to be too much shenanigans he can get up to from this position. But they have to clear out Trex from behind this shield. It's actually Geku, excuse me, to take out Trex around the piano area, I think, and then more fall the way of Kunai before things get a little bit better for Wanted Goons. But there's still a lot they have left to clear, even with this position being abandoned by Dexter.
Is right now for Wanted Goons, their Monty, their crutch shield is down already, and obviously in the disadvantage, it's going to be unlikely they can get this done. But with only a minute left, they're still trying to work something out. They do have all the control they really need. They could be able to go for this trash plant, but they will need to make sure they can hold down Freezer and take that control as well. All the defenders have been pushed all the way into the B bomb site, but Volsper, he's now taking this Freezer control, and he takes it. He takes down Tricks, and now it's all up to Dexy. He's looking for an aggressive swing. Retro as well. But Retro taken down. Hectic takes down Dexy. It's all up to Demence in the 1v3 and he can't get it done. A beautiful clutch coming out from Wanted Goons as they over to aggress and take their picks right back.
Good comeback there from Wanted Goons. To bring things back a little bit, those early picks from Kunai end up being refragged pretty quickly, and then they don't do a good job of holding on to that space they gain by getting those early picks. And that shield on the side of Fraser is, to me, kind of one of the biggest missteps of that round, as they let Wolfsburg just walk up on it and get that opening pick, or get that refrag rather, and take that space. And then when Kunai try to get aggressive, they Goons have contingencies for that other aggression in kind to theirs, and it ends up with the round going their way. So they're opting to switch sites, go down to Fireplace and Reading, I believe, though unfortunately we currently can't see what's going on. It's actually Mining and Dining we're going to see here, so that means that the vertical play inside of Piano is going to be a lot more important this round, and Wanted Goons are going to want to take control of that as quickly as they can so they can get as much open as they can.
It's interesting because obviously the main site you'd probably see first of all would be either Kitchen or Reading Room and Dining. Kunai wanting to go to these off sites because obviously upstairs you don't see it much anymore just because how weaker it's gotten in this current meta because of how much window play you can actually do on it. But we will see Exige back on that Monty to be able to take the ground quicker, to give the information. Basically, he's a human drone at this point. He'll give the information to IGL's team, and just because how strong Monty is, you'd expect him to go on every round, really.
He's also pretty good at it, which definitely helps. Site play being handled pretty effectively here so far, though no one's super actively contested, as we more see Wanted Goons looking to set up their pieces for this top floor clear and gather that information, figure out what the defense is playing, what they have set up to play around, and potentially how they can get around it and dismantle this defense. But this mirror window that Demented has is going to make things extremely difficult, as there's a lot of ground he can hold without really exposing himself too much.
Yeah, it's a really strong mirror window. You have that such a long eyesight into the side of Piano. And because it's obviously a Warden as well there, if he does get flashed out, he's able to then swap with the Warden. The only thing is, obviously, with that one-time scope, it's a lot harder to obviously take a gunfight against an attacker that has an ACOG. But it's looking like they're opting to just go for this red side push. They've got the Monty ready, and he does have the fuse. That's the best way to see where a team's looking to plant, is wherever the player with the diffuser is going. And they're opting to go for a minimal. They're not trying to take the top stairs control at the moment. They're just putting like maybe some bodies there to just discourage them or cut them off in cutoffs.
Monty's inside of the building. Looks like he's going to try to creep in this corner, but Gekyu has an answer for that second opening pick for him this game. And now the diffuser surrendered in a very awkward spot, and they don't have a ton of utility to get it back. We see Wolfsburg dancing around this red hall window, just trying to find something. And Scoob does eventually end up finding something, getting a pick onto Dexy, but no picks that would allow for the diffuser to be reclaimed have been gained so far.
Pricks instantly getting another pick, so the man advantage has actually swung again into Wanted Goons. We saw this last round as well. They lose the early pick, and it was the Monty as well. But look at this, a massive flank from the other Trex. And now they are able to get the diffuser control back, but another beautiful shot by Trix to take out Hectic. It's all Wolfsburg alone in this 1v3 against Trix. And Demens. Not looking like he can get it done though. Just stalling out on these red stairs, looking for a free pick, and I don't think they're going to give it to him, but it's Trix to get his much-deserved free key on the round. He really salvaged it with that beautiful flank from Reading.
Yeah, giving up the diffuser, the position he did from Exige was, I think, kind of what cost Wanted Goons that round, as they did reclaim it eventually, but they had to put so much time and energy into working the map in pretty unfavorable situations just to get that back. And then by the time they do, Kunai realize what that take looks like, and they just hit the flank. They go around what the defense or what the attack is doing and take those gunfights with all that utility that's set up. And then that just leaves Volsper, who has just stared down the barrel of a mirror window, which just calls him out as soon as he starts moving. Now we're going to see the second to second floor side come out from Kunai here, going to reading and dining, which has a kind of similar flow to it, but you're contesting a lot of different ground than you would normally, as you're going to be a lot more concerned about cocktail than you are something like piano.
See, I feel bad for Siege. I think it's Caster Curse. As soon as we bigged up how good his Monty was, he makes a massive misstep with the Monty. But yeah, we're going to see a second middle for Slight, and this one is very heavily on the vertical denial. You need to hold that top floor for ages just to make sure they can't start and execute with that vertical control. And hopefully for Wonder Goose, they don't give away the first bit. They've given away every single round. They were able to win the first one, but you just can't be giving away every single one. I know it is the defense of the Cafe and how defender-sided it is, but as a team as good as them, they need to make sure they can start this round off well.
Yeah, just letting Yaku get that open pick each time has given them a good bit of room to breathe, which I think is part of why Kunai won that previous round. And so he is going to be target number one here for the early round from Wanted Goons, as looks like he's going to be playing inside of Train here to try to contest with the C4. And they are trying to get him out of this position with a little bit of utility thrown his way.
Yeah, it's looking like they're going for maybe a dining execute at the moment. Currently, we have actually lost feed at the moment, so we're back here. Gekyu, he's still alive, luckily, after being flashed out. And Volsper does get the first kill. And that's finally the first opening pick for Wanted Goons. Or I think server's down, or our feed's down. We're back.
A little bit of trouble here.
Scoob gets back.
Potentially a bit of trouble, but Scoob gets one and furthers the man advantage for Wanted Goons. The first one they've been able to uncontestedly claim thus far. And they're going to look to use this to work and execute onto dining. Trix is looking to contest that, however, from inside of this red hallway, and he does manage to shoot one through a drone hole, but there's still a lot of work to be done if he's going to fully stop this.
Poor Hectic missing some of his toes, but luckily for on the side of Wanted Goons, it's a positive. They still have the Monty for this execute. The only positive right now for Kunai, they still have this upstairs control and Retro. He still has, I think he has all three Toxic Babes remaining to help stop this plant, slow down this Monty. But right now, the Mince is being pressured by both sides. He's pressured by Pillar and he's pressured by the top floor himself. Trix, he's the only one really currently trying to stop this plant, but he is being pressured as well from Trix. Retro gets one. It's a beautiful shot. Can he kill the plant? No, it's going to go down. Exceed gets it. No, he doesn't. I think he dropped it. I don't know if he was down or he stopped the plant, but it's a beautiful retake by Kunai. Retro getting one as well off the bat of that. It's all up to Volsper again in the clutch. 1-2 shoots the Smoke Babe out of midair as it's being thrown. He's now about to swing. Volsper takes down Retro. In a 1v1 now, it is possible, but he's going to go for the kill, but Trix hiding, and no, he can't get the kill. Close round, very close round, but a beautiful retake coming out from the side of Kunai.
Yeah, they worked that really well, and it's a little unfortunate what happened to Siege there, but even if he had gotten the down, the pressure was going to come out from Retro, and by that point, there's not much you can do. And that puts them up 2-1 going into this first attacking quarter they have to deal with. And it gives Wanted Goons a little bit of breathing room as they have a chance to go on to the more advantageous side. So to work things for themselves. In the first place they look to do that is Cocktail and Bar, that third floor site, which we also saw Kunai use to open their defensive quarter. So we'll see if that's able to transpire with the advantage or we'll see if it transpires better for Wanted Goons than it did Kunai. That was the only attack that Wanted Goons managed to win, was that top floor.
Yeah, it's interesting to see this again. We still have not yet to see Kitchen at all in this match so far. I know it's only been 4 defenses, but even then, I'm actually quite surprised on that. The mirror window will come out again. We've seen that all 3 rounds, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, actually, no, I don't think it was seen last round, but I know at least it was seen in the previous 2. And Retro instantly on the Monty, that definitely has been seen every single round, and it's come to mixed effects. I think he's been picked off every single round, and one of them was really early on as well.
Yeah, you don't want to get picked off that early with a team like Kunai. They're very good at taking that man advantage, and even if you start to reclaim it later, just kind of bringing things back. And we're going to see the Monty potentially enter bottom floor here, which is a little bit of a deviation from what we saw Wanted Goons do, as they looked to just have him walk or drop from that bread hatch rather. But this means that they're able to potentially work something other than red, like maybe top white, which it looks like probably is going to be the case, as there's a lot of emphasis being placed on cocktail. And if they're able to clear that out, then have the Monty pressure up white, then that kind of eliminates one of the main avenues the defense would look to use to retake that and repressure, and it also gives the Bucks some breathing room to go down below and do his vertical play.
Yeah, it's a lot. Maybe those could be a read-in, because obviously the Wanted Goons, there's a lot of VODs on them. They know how they play, so they may know how they like to play the map. And right now, Hectic is just staring at Repel, and he knows exactly where this player is because of it. But look at this, Retro playing really aggressive on this Monty. Come at the stairs, it's a freebie for Retro. Hectic goes down. I said that Exceed likes to get aggressive on his Monty, but as the goes away, Trix gets his second pick onto Trix himself. Finally, it's the first time we've seen Trix go Trix.
Bit of a duel of the fates there, with Retro now being stuck deep inside of the site here alone on this Monty. He's gonna fall down immediately, but Scoob looks to get outside and get aggressive, and he is refragged eventually, but so much time is wasted. All left up to Volsper though, stuck in this 1 versus 3.
Trix with a triple kill, massive on the round. Retro now has the opportunity to maybe go in and plant, but right now the only cover he's got really is the minutes on that window. But no, here comes Trix coming up these stairs, and he's repelled in as well. The C4 going to go out. It doesn't land. No, it does land. That's Diffuser being Volsper. Volsper getting a second as well. It's now all up to the men's in this clutch, but the Diffuser is down. He can repel back out. I don't know if it actually went down. It has. He needs to get this kill. Can he see his toes through the cast barricade? Volsper swinging around the corner. Doesn't get land the shots. Shotgun out. Doesn't get it. A beautiful clutch in the end by Demens. It's interesting that he went for the fight instead of trying to bait the defusal.
It's a much better fight for Demented with that ACOG with his basically an Urukua F90 than it is for Volsper with that SMG11, but a great attempt from Volsper nonetheless. If he was just a second sooner with that C4, he ends up taking that round for himself. But unfortunately for him, it's not quite what happens, as now Kunai win their first attack, just as Wanted Goons did previously, and it's going to force out a similar rotation from Wanted Goons, as they're going to look to go to Reading and Dining here and contest the top floor, but with a little bit less stakes to the top floor control, as it's not actually the main site. And we'll see how Kunai looks to adapt to this.
There's a beautiful round coming out from Kunai last round, obviously, with Trix getting that free piece, but it just seemed maybe Wanted Goons just over-aggressed. They gave them those free picks. Now, yeah, right, the site has changed. They're still going to have to hold that top floor, but with the mirror windows this time, and maybe with less aggression, it could help them. And the thing that I want to look at is Malusi. Retro was able to get a free pick just by walking up a staircase, no information being on him, but those wubs will be given out that information this time round, making sure no lurk plays. And it's interesting that a lurk play came out of a Monty of all operators.
Yeah, that is really interesting, but honestly, not really super surprising with the way that take worked from Kunai, as they wanted that pressure over by white just to prevent the defenders from kind of retaking things or actively looking to contest that vertical play that Trix was doing down below. Now though, we're not going to see another Monty being brought out, as Kunai look to switch things up and come at this from a different angle.
Yeah, it's looking like they're going to be trying to take this upstairs with just gunpowder mainly. They're not going to go for... It's probably going to be a reading plant then, because obviously with the Monty, it's more heavily focused towards a dining plant like we saw on the side of Wanted Goons did. But they're trying to get... And the first pick goes for Scoob, and a second for Scoob. Beautiful pick on Trix and onto Gekyu. Beautiful shots coming out, and now left in a 3v5. Kunai have it all to do, and they still haven't got much control on this top floor. Scoob getting naded out, but Trix gets his own pick now, and it's all up to Retro and Demens in this 5v2.
I'm gonna look to crawl up here and see if they can catch a player that's inside of Cocktail, but he's gonna be all alone in this endeavor, and he has the potential to get this, but he's not gonna win the fight. It's gonna be the Hectic instead. All left up to Demented, and he's just gonna get swung by Trix from Piano through that trash wall as they finally take a defense round and start to bring things a little bit closer.
Yeah, very beautiful round coming out from one of the Goons. Just really, they played aggressive, but this time they're just able to take those shots and take them into their own. Scoob with 2 wonderful shots and obviously the opening kill, and then they were able to then work around as a team and just pick off the remaining players with crossfires.
Down to kitchen we go. So we're going to see all 4 sites this map, much like we did the last one. And it's a bit of an interesting deviation from Kunai, whereas Kunai completely avoided the bottom floor sites. We're going to see Wanted Goons look to go there instead of the second floor site, or back up to 3rd floor. And we'll see how they end up taking this, as the vertical play on this site is, I would argue it's the most important for this site, as there's so much of it that you can see from Vert, and so much utility can destroy from Vert as a result of it. And operators like Ram, which we see being brought out by Dexy, are very, very popular on the site for that reason, as she can do a lot of vertical play without really having to exert too much effort or put herself into much danger.
Very true. The thing I'm looking out for on one of the Goons at the moment is the Wamai. Does this breed to a maybe holding a kitchen side, or is he going to be more focused towards the VIP side? Right now, the Monty is back out by Retro. It worked on their 1 attacking round, and now they're looking to try and use it again to hopefully get up 4-2 in the half and look great to moving on to the defending side.
Yeah, if they're able to take this next round, that does set themselves up really excellently for this next half. And it's not quite do or die for one of Goons, in my opinion. But if Kunai are able to take this and go onto their defense and play as well as they did the last time, that puts them in a great spot here. Trix, though, is going to have a little bit of trouble here with this Monty barreling in on him, but he gets that opening pick onto Demented regardless before being immediately refragged by Gekyu. And that, honestly, a capture for Malusi, that is a great trade for one of Goons.
Great trade work, but the thing is, they do lose the Capital, because it's a better trade from Malusi with the Execute Operator being off the board. But Retro does now have this control of Bakery. That's the only positive right now, in my opinion, for Kunai, and the fact that it's a man, obviously, they have the same... It's a man trade, really. But Dexy goes down. Scoob getting another pick. He's on a heater right now after the round before. He's Retro able to ping out. And Scoob, triple kill. Can he go for the 4K? Scoob being shy. Retro misses his shots. And now he knows exactly where they are. They're going to converge on him. There's nothing he can really do. It's all up to him. Yes, the Monty is the most broken operator in the game right now. But a 1v4 against a team like Wanted Goons, always going to be hard, especially with Scoob on a heater. It's a massive 4K for him on the round.
I want to know what the plan was there from Kunai, as there was just not really a lot of pressure on top floor when there really needed to be. I thought they were going to bring the Ram, as that was initially what Dexy was playing, but they switch off of it at the last second and opt for a Thatcher as they look to go for something pretty direct on that site. But Wanted Goons had set up the vertical play, so if any take like that happens, and there is a lot of pressure that can be applied and a lot of picks that can go your way. And Scoob is able to thrive in that and utilize that pressure and that coverage from his teammates to get that 4K and to completely lock the attackers out of the sight.
A lot of the attackers were so focused maybe on, like you said, the vertical and other angles that they forgot the own angle they just made themselves, because it looked like Scoob got all those, at least 3 of those kills just through the breach they made themselves.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, as Intero said once, right, holes work both ways. If you open up a hole, then your opponent can shoot at you through it. And when Scoob is on the other side of that, that's not really a fight that I'm going to be super stoked about taking. We do have a quick tech issue that we're looking to resolve here. So you're going to see us for a little bit here, just while we resolve that. But going into this next half, right, we're gonna be 3-3. So we're gonna be in a pretty even playing field here, and I want to see what's Wannagoon's going to do differently on their attack this time, because they had some pretty solid rounds, some pretty solid chances, and I think some pretty solid ideas, but a lot of it ended up falling flat, and just, I mean, it allowed Kunai to kind of run away with that quarter.
I think with their attacks, because they've got 2-man advantages, at least in the 2 they lost, they were up 4-3. They just need to chill. They need to calm down, get the execute sorted, drone out the final players, and then get ready for that execute.
Something like that definitely would be beneficial, and we'll see if that comes to fruition right now in rounds number 7, with Kunai going somewhere for this first defensive round to try to stake their claim. Most likely it's actually going to be Kitchen here. They're not going to go to a site they've been to previously. Going to take a page out of Wanted Goons' book and go for that 4-site rotation that we sometimes see, but not super often.
No, this is the first time obviously Kunai are going to be defending this site. I'm just interested in how they're going to defend it differently from Wanted Goons. It's looking like the castle's an interesting pick, because I've never seen those castle barricades on the VIP door. Normally you'd have someone playing deep inside VIP, maybe a warden with a shield, so you can contest the freezer drop.
See how the castle works out here. Combined with the Frost and Echo, though, there's a good possibility for a decent bit of funneling. There's also some shields the defense will have access to, which are both going to be very powerful if used correctly. And this Echo as well is a great pick when the Monty's on the board, as you can kind of stop a lot of what he's doing, stop his momentum in its tracks, and force him to position himself more carefully and force his teammates to hunt those Echo drones before they're able to properly utilize the Monty. But that being said, Volsper is going to be the opening pick this round before really properly utilizing all of his utility.
Exceed obviously getting the opening pick right now. And talking about the Monty, I would normally be scared of it, but right now, Exceed has kind of been having a poor showing on that Monty. They do have the bait control, they do have small bait control, but right now you'll see the player, I think it's Ash right now, stuck in small bait, and they go down. Dexy gets a double kill, but the thing is, he's deep in sight. Jake Siege Allen deep in sight on his own, and he gets picked off because of it. He's just pushed in really aggressive with no help, and as soon as they've seen that, Kunai have cut off all the players around him, and now won the round because of it. And I think it's freezing. It's showing retro because I think it was a Frostmat kill.
I think either that or like a down of some sort, but fortunately, we may never know. And now that's Kunai taking a flawless opening round, as the space management from one of Goons was quite poor that round. There wasn't really enough effort to knock Kunai out of the positions they were playing in and discombobulate the way they were trying to play that round. And in fact, a lot of pressure from Kunai just was never really answered for. One of Goons kind of crumbled underneath it. And now it's going to force them to adapt to things a little bit more, and it's also going to allow Kunai to go to a site they won pretty handedly with an advantage in their rounds this time.
The things I've noticed about Wanted Goons' attack so far, they seem to really like the minimalistic takes. They don't take much of the map, they just go for mainly what they think they need, and they leave, say, most of the roamers, and at the moment, I think that's what's caused them to lose. Because two of the attacks they've lost, has been down to 2 flanks from Kunai, And maybe that is what they need to figure this out. They need to go for maybe a full clear, take out the Romans early on, and set up that execute and just chill out before that happens, because they seem to just go in solo and just try to take gunfights and lose them.
This multiplayer from Xsiege hasn't been working out at all. He hasn't been able to get into a position to fully utilize it, and he's often been pretty isolated from his teammates, so he just ends up being more of a pillar than an actual obstacle the defense has to get through. And that's going to be what we're seeing him pull out this Osa this time, as it allows him to still utilize that shield play he wants, but still have a gun in his hands for when he's in those situations. But being droned in bottom floor here by himself is a very risky proposition. He doesn't have the defense, so there's no way he throws it away in an awkward spot this time. But if they're able to take him out, then that's something for the execute that's going to be missing completely.
I know certain NA analysts that wouldn't be happy with obviously Siege on the Osa, because Osa's not a really strong operator. They're strong for some certain sites, but talking about that, what a shot from Volspa!
The great opening pick onto Trix as well has been an absolute menace for Wanagoons to deal with on this defense. Now they just have to dislodge the rest of this top floor presence and take this space. But they can also potentially, if they want to, avoid cocktails. They don't necessarily need to go up that far because they have control over the site. They can work that vertical play now and try to just get that space they need that way. But Dexy as well is going to fall with an immediate refrag from Gekyu, but man advantage still in the hands of Wanagoons.
No more tricks in the hands for either teams, but it's going to look like they're going to try and start to go for an execute here. They're going to drone it out. They're getting the vertical as well from Piano. It's only Gekyu really in the site to contest. I think, yeah, Retro is on red side, so if he isn't like droned out or known about, again, he could be massive, because I think, again, he still has all his toxic bays in hand, but they do have all the piano control they need, so they could actually just go for dining execute, but no, Gekyu gets a beautiful shot onto Scoob, and that's Diffuser down. They'll have to retrieve that, and with only 40 seconds left, they may have to actually just go for kills here.
Well, I'd certainly have to, and Gekyu's going to reinforce this wall as well to give himself some cover. Demented makes things worse by getting that pick onto Volsper. It's all left up to Hectic and Xsiege. Hectic's going to drop Pillar and look to get the coverage for Xsiege, but that goo mine makes things worse. And this pillar drop is read into handedly, with multiple players looking to contest it. All left up to Xsiege in the 1 versus 3, stuck inside of mining. Doesn't have the diffuser, but he manages to grab it, and he has to go for the fights here. He has to kill someone, but no one will reveal themselves. No one will give him anything. Plant gonna go down, but now at 0-0, he has to stick it, and with 2 defenders on him, he opts to pull off.
Saving the KD there from Xsiege. It just felt like that it's again the same situation. They get that man advantage. They were in a 5v, I think it was a 5v3. Yes, the trade instantly came out, so basically it was a 4v3. But then it just seemed like they gave up on looking for the players. They gave up on looking for the information. They just gun-ho went for the execute instantly instead of slowing down, resetting their mentals and resetting themselves and calming down and getting the execute off properly when they know exactly where players are.
They also don't have the vertical, like the pressure they need to kick Gekyu out of this mining position he was in, and he has that crossfire with Retro on red, which he ends up using to get a pick and then immediately fall off. He dislocates the diffuser, and then he rotates away, so the attack has to keep guessing where he might be, and they have to get that diffuser before they can worry about anything else, and that wastes time. And that time waste ends up with Xsiege trying to plant at 0-0 with no hope left of winning that round. We're going to see top 4 come out from Kunai here, which is a site that Wanagoons won previously, but all of the momentum is in the favor of Kunai right now.
The only thing you've got to say right now, Xsiege back on the Monty as well, something that hasn't really brought any success right now for Wanagoons. I'm talking about Xsiege, it's not nice to put it out, but 0-5. He's one of their star players, and he just really needs to be showing up in a game like this. Obviously, Wanagoons already 0-1 in their series. They lost on overtime to Nightmare Knicks, and so did Kunai, to be fair. So this is a very big game for both teams.
Yeah, both teams want to just start getting their first wins here, start picking things up before a team like Hush is able to run away with things early on here. And so far, Kunai is looking to be the team that's doing that a little bit more effectively, as they've been handling things pretty well so far here. There is going to be a Brava from Hectic, and with that Maestro pick, that could be very powerful. And if they can isolate this Maestro that's downstairs, potentially, that could also be great for them. But no one's really in a good position to do it. They're more focused on the actual site itself.
Hectic has actually already hacked 2 of 3 Maestro cans, so there's only actually 1 still left on the side for Kunai. So it's really great Bravo work coming out from him. Exige down, killed by the Maestro, the one you were just talking about them getting rid of. And again, Exige really not doing strong in this multiplayer at the moment.
It's not what you want to see from this Monty player, and now that his cams are gone, Demented is just wasting time downstairs. He wants the attack to focus on him. He wants them to be afraid of a flank or a potential gunfight, and that's exactly what's happening. They're worried that he's going to walk up something like White. They might look to get him now, as they do have about 1 minute and 15 seconds here. But with every second they waste, the defense gets more and more and more advantage, and that's gonna start piling up eventually.
Obviously, with so much utility to just slow down this attack, you still have the smoke bays. You still probably have some at least score counter down. I know 2 is making, but look at this beautiful shot by Scoob to equalize the man count. It's now 4v4, and there still is a player below. So if they're able to converge on him and take him out, this could go down to a 4v3, and that's what they are. Gekyu, all in as though in mining. But guess what? It's a beautiful shot to Tricks. But finally, he is equalized. Gekyu does massive work down here in the basement, or sorry, in the middle floor, to get a pick and waste all up to 30 seconds. Him and Demented able to make that time work well, and now they're gonna have to go for an execute with 30 seconds left, and again 2 toxic base left on the board.
Only 20 seconds left to make this work, and that's those smoke canisters, as you mentioned, so powerful along with Goyo. There's so much time waste utility that Wannagoons have to crunch through, but Volsberg looking to make things a little bit easier, but it's not enough as the flurry of kills come out from the side of Kunai as they lock in a perfect defensive quarter.
Amazing from Kunai. It was very close in the end there, but they asked. I think it may be is that a attack timeout or not? And it will be. For Kunai, interesting. They're going to do the attack timeout early. It's seeming like they're going to use it to be like, we saw what they did on the defenses last time. Let's use it now. Because why? When are you else going to use it? You may as well use it. But the only problem is for me is they're also giving it to Wanted Goons.
Yeah, Wannagoons does also have an opportunity to sit back and discuss things a little bit, which is always going to be something that's advantageous, but we're going to have to see which team comes out on top of this tactical timeout, who utilizes it more effectively to going into this final quarter, because right now the ball is pretty thoroughly inside of Wanted Goons' court. They have to win 3 rounds in a row, when, if I recall, in their previous defensive quarter, they could barely string 1 together. No, they strung 2. They got 2. All right, I lied. But some of those rounds could have absolutely gone the way of Kunai. And Kunai, they're feeling good right now. Everything is in their favor. Everything is looking good for them. And now they're going to force Wanted Goons to come out swinging with a perfect defensive quarter.
They're going to start with the top floor. It's the only site they actually lost. So if it goes the same way, Kunai looking very pretty to take the 7-3. And yeah, it's just been beautiful rounds from them. They've been able to convert their man advantage. And even if they don't get that opening pick, they are then able to refrag.
Attackers have located a bomb.
They've been very good at working this man count and never truly letting Wanted Goons have an advantage. Even the rounds that Wanted Goons have won, they've felt scrappy and almost like it was they were in the passenger seat until the very end, when someone miraculously manages to take the wheel. And now Kunai, they're going to be feeling pretty good about that. And if they manage to win this site again, like they did the previous time, It's going to result in a 7-3 for them, and they're going to bring out the Monty yet again, who worked so well for them in the previous attack attempt on this site. And if they do, whether they do the same thing or not, they have a lot of potential here. They are kind of set up for this.
I'm looking at the Fenrir is an interesting operator for me, because obviously last time they were able to win the site, it wasn't fully down to, but there was a lurk play that came up from White Stairs. The Fenrir is going to be able to not only give that information, but give them those advantages in those early own opening gunfights. C4 goes out, doesn't land, very close I think to landing, and it would have been on the Monty. That would have been a great opening pick for them, but sadly not to be.
They're going to look for more traditional red take this time, which I think is a good idea, as you don't want to give one of Goons the chance to adapt too much. And that work on that opening pick from Trix onto Vulsper now puts them in the driver's seat, and it gives the Monty a lot of room to breathe inside of Cigar Shop, as he's able to get in and work this space and tell his teammates where these defenders are playing and what utility they have around them, as he's able to call out everything they're doing.
It's basically a 4v4 with a walking drone that you just can't break. And right now, if you look at the scoreboard, it's more like a 4v3, and Exceed, he needs to wake up for his team right now, but they're slowly and surely taking every little bit of control they need to start for this execute. And the best thing they're doing is slowly, but Scoop gets one back and instantly refired when I play it on White Window. Hectic low, Siege low, Trix is the only one on full HP for his team, and he needs to pull out some tricks to hopefully win this round for Wanted Goose and keep him up. But Siege, he gets his first kill. He's now one on the board, and now can he start a heater in this round to make sure they fend off the loss? It's another, no, Trix, beautiful flick, and now it's a 3v2. Other Trix downstairs, Hectic in heaven. Trix looking for flank on White, but there's still a player holding his cutoff.
They know exactly where the player on the site is, and they've isolated him from everything else. He gets one, forces Retro off of the diffuser, but there are only 45 seconds left for the attack to work this. That pick, though, from Retro makes things so much easier, and now Trix has 2 HP and a dream. He gets the pick onto the Monty. It's all left up to Dexy. Not quite sure where he is. Going to be moving around, going to go for that diffuser, which he does grab. Only 20 seconds left for Trix to fend things off. Going for the plant. He's being fully spotted this entire time. It's just to dance around this information. The Trix has none of his own, and Trix wins it and keeps his team in the game.
The sub coming up big for Wanted Goons. Grave isn't here, but he's the one that helps them get over the line. It's interesting that they went for the plant despite knowing both times that the planter, like, they knew where the players were, and they just didn't let the plant they didn't get the player off. They just planted right out in the open and just gave them 2 free picks.
Yeah, really clumsily played late round there from Kunai in the end. Is not able to properly isolate players who have a combined HP of less than 20. And it really, I mean, it looks really clumsy from them. It isn't the lockout that you would expect from a team that has this kind of scoreline against several former T2 players. However, though, it is the attack on Cafe, which can be notoriously difficult, and we're gonna go back down for Wanted Goons here, down to reading and dining. And there are still 2 rounds for Kunai to lock this out and bring things home and secure these points.
Still 2 rounds, but obviously the only attack they did win was that top floor, and they probably should have looked out, and that sometimes does put a little mold in your head, because you're like, we should have won that round, and maybe it puts a little bit of doubt in your head. You're now thinking, we haven't won these sites now, but players like Kunai, that probably won't happen, but it's always possible.
Anything's possible in the good old game of Rainbow Six Siege, and that's what X Siege is going to be telling his boys right now. We see the Monty brought out again from Retro, and We didn't see that on the previous attempt at this attack, but I think it does make sense, as Wannagoons have been unable to deal with it effectively so far. That being said, though, Trix gets a pick onto the other Trix, wins that duel yet again, and secures the opening pick for his team. Now it's Scoob left up here to contend with this Monty, along with Hectic inside of Cocktail, just looking to fight off any attackers that try to come his way as they throw tons of utility at him to try to do anything to get him out of this position.
Yeah, they're still yet to get Scoob Ross out of the bathroom position. He is able to hold it, but Trix gets a beautiful shot onto Volsper, and it's all up to... No, you still have Hectic. Not anymore, though. Trix on a heater. 3k in the round. Is he going to go for the ace? It's all up to the two players, Exige and Scoob, the two most known from the side of Wannagoons, but Scoob with a beautiful flank coming around, taking rid of one. But no, Trix, he is. One more kill, and he gets it. The ace for Trix to finish off the round.
Beautiful stuff there from Trix with those gunfights and completely dismantling anything that Wannagoons had set up as they take the victory 7-4 and secure their first win so far in Season 1 of the Blitz Gaming Series in a pretty impressive fashion.
Very impressive fashion, taking down a former T2 caliber team, and Trix 17 kills, and with the ace at the end, what a player he was. Let's just say Kunai had more tricks up their sleeves.
Yeah, Kunai, they end up being like their namesake, pretty fast and precise, and that ends up being the difference maker, I think, is Wannagoons was often very clumsy and kind of klutzy with the way they played with their man advantage and with the way they kind of threw it away. And that Monty, I would argue, did them more damage than it helped them because of the way Exige was trying to play it. He'd find himself on an island pretty frequently, and one round even gave up the diffuser inside of enemy territory, and he just gave Kunai an advantage to work around, and a goal that Wannagoons have to accomplish that's very difficult to get through.
Yeah, let's hope they can reset now, get ready for their next game, because they've got a game coming up after this break, and they're going to need to make sure their mentals reset after a tough loss like this, because they're up against a really strong team.
That being said, that's it for Milo and I for the night. We're going to toss things over to a quick break and get two new casters who are going to cast two new games for you. So get up, take whatever break you need, but remember to be right back because we've got more for you.
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you go, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you go, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you look, where you go, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you go, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. You said I'd fly anywhere, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. We're all searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling.
I took a couple L's this week, it's been hard to get out of bed. She never looked that way at me, I swear she's fucking with my head.
I took a couple L's this week, it's been hard to get out of bed. She never looked that way at me, I swear she's fucking with my head. Take me far away from pain.
Well, welcome back to BGS, and we have a great game coming up. We're back with Lagoons, and they're up against Atomic Apes. And I don't know if it's a sub, but playing for Atomic Apes is the man himself, former Pro League player Drip Boolin.
Yeah, definitely interested to see how he'll be doing, and also to see how Atomic Apes are doing, because if the site is correct, they have not played yet.
They have not, no. Wantagoons, obviously, they've played twice. They lost on overtime to Hush, and now they've just lost last game, 7-4 on Cafe to the outlier that looked like maybe the underdog of the group in Kunai.
Yeah, and this game has a little bit of stakes early on. It is whoever wins will be in third place in the group, if my math is correct.
Yep.
So even though it's still early on, we still got a lot on the line.
Definitely, yes. So, looking at the game, so you'd normally put Wantagoons probably as the favorite, but coming off a very harsh loss against, like I said, probably the underdog of the group, it's everyone's game at the moment, especially
100%.
with both teams having a sub as well. You have obviously Yardi for Atomic Apes, and now you also have still got Trex on the side of Wantagoons.
Yeah. I'll definitely keep my eyes on both those players as the sub stand-ins, whatever you want to call them. And I'm interested to see out of both these teams.
Now we're going to send it over to Matt Bans to see what map will be for this battleground of a game.
And shocker, it's Chalet. I mean, this seems to be the most played map, at least when I'm casting, but seems to be very common throughout all of Blitz gaming series so far.
I mean, it's a great map in my opinion, at least.
Yeah.
In my opinion, at least it's not Oregon, but there you go. No Cafe again. I'm surprised that Wantagoons didn't ban Cafe earlier on just because of what just happened, but it could have came down to Cafe or Chalet, and Atomic Apes is the one that sent us to Chalet.
I mean, maybe they still had some strats they were hiding because, as you mentioned, Kunai were the underdogs, but I mean, obviously that doesn't matter because we are going to Chalet, and I believe we should be starting relatively soon.
Wantagoons as well, starting on the defense. I would not say that's actually the preferred half. For me at least, and I think stats currently show that Chalet's more attacker-sided.
I believe so, but also halves. What are those? We do quarters now in Blitz,
yeah,
which
it
still feels
quarters,
weird.
2 quarters make a half.
Fair enough. But attack has definitely been favored so far, which is crazy to think of with how strong a zombie still is. Fenrir, although he's a little worse, still once again incredibly strong. Like the amount of defending operators we have that are very, very strong. It's surprised to see that it favors the attack on this map.
I'd say it also comes down to an operator that has seen a not really resurgence, but just how strong they are currently because of the shield buff, and it's got to be Monty. Such a strong operator in the current meta, and probably the strongest operator in the game. But we're going to go to a short break as we wait for the rest of the players to get into the lobby.
I'm not ready yet, ready to forget now. I'm not ready yet, ready to forget.
eager to tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. Yeah, I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. The ash keep burning down. No, you won't hear a sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting.
Ooh, you wanna come and get me, kick me down and make me hurt myself.
Welcome back to BGS, and it's Wanted Goons versus Atomic Apes, and we are finally in the game and on Chalet.
Yeah, I mean, getting into the bands, how much you want to bet it's Monty first?
Could go Monty, could go not Azami. That's a defender.
Can't go Azami.
I'd be impressed. Could go Ying. I could also see Ying is a very prominent ban on this map, but it probably
Ying
will
and
be
Monty
Monty.
seem to be the first or the two attacking bands, but Doke.
Could be.
Wow. I mean,
Interesting ban.
certainly not a bad operator by any means. Like, Doke is one of the best operators in the entire game, but normally you do see Ying, Monty, and also speaking of, there he is. Super
Honestly,
strong
if I was-
operator in this meta.
Very true, but honestly, if I was Atomic Apes, I'd have kept Monty up, because Wanted Goons played Monty practically every single round, and it really didn't help for them. Siege was, I think he had 1 kill at the end of the game, and he was first picked on Monty 2 rounds, like, in a row, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. And Apes banning Valk makes sense. Chalet is one of Valk's best maps with just the amount of high ceilings you can get. And the wide FOV on the cameras, you can see just so much. So no surprise here as first defensive ban. And last ban, any guesses?
Zami. I'm going for Zami. Very strong operator, strong on every map.
Fenrir.
Though.
Fenrir makes sense as Chalet. You do see a few like lurking plays where you just kind of try to lurk into the bomb site somewhere. So having Fenrir shut that down, very important.
The Fenrir I see a lot for Chalet is the Ivy Hall Fenrir. You put it on the little beams
Yeah.
above, really hard to get rid of.
Yeah, you either need a Twitch drone or you need to face peek it and most likely die.
Yeah, especially if they've got the head holes obviously onto Ivy. And I think the first bomb site is going to be, it's looking like top floor again.
Top floor.
Wanted Goons, they like to go to these out there sites. Again, starting with a site that you don't normally see anymore on the side of Chalet. It's normally you see bar or you see
Yeah, but
kitchen.
the first floor bomb sites are definitely the preferred bomb sites for the defenders. But Wanted Goons, maybe they're trying to just throw Atomic Apes off their rhythm.
Honestly, I cannot wait for this game. I know it's starting already, but just seeing Yardi in the game phase, you know how. Let's be honest, Yardi's a little bit of a not freak, but
wild card.
he's wild. He's a wild card, not literally.
You
He
don't
played
know
for
what to get.
Mirage. He played for Mirage though, not wild card.
Yes.
But
Well,
he's
listen.
people meme on him, but Yardi is a good player.
Yes,
and he will
100%.
show the quality of his team,
Yes.
and Wanagoose are just as good as a team. They had a misstep in their last game, but they're going to prove why it was just a misstep.
Yeah, and early round, we see Yardi on that Brava, and taking control of that Malusi gadget right away. I think that'll be the big determining factor for Atomic Apes is how fast they're and how quickly they're able to move through the map on the attacking side.
A reminder: the last time Yardi played Quolls with a thrown together pug stack, he was able to get them to take a map off the reigning world champions.
Yeah, like even though, as we mentioned, Yardi is a bit of a meme, there's a reason he was in Pro League for 4+ years. But enough speaking about Yardi this round.
It does look like they're going to be holding into library, and it's looking like they're going to be going for that up blue and K9 take. And it's a beautiful first pick onto Wolfsburg by Schleimball. And now he's going to be able to take that space. Now the only player to contest him will be that top mess player. But look, Duke has got him cut off.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, like the library holds, since Azami got through, I expect to see that a lot this map with those Kiba barriers.
Yeah, Hectic refragging onto Duke, the player that was on that K9, and not only is that hard reach, but it's also Case being dropped.
Yeah, and getting into the late round, like they don't really have a clear path forward, so I'd like to see how they adjust and try to find a way back in the round.
Siege gets a pick, and then Schleimball gets another, and then Yardi gets his first pick of the game, taking down Trix. Trix is a great, he's the sub, but he's really strong in that last map. Siege getting the same amount of kills in one round that he did the entire last game, and he's now down. Hectic in a 1v3, can he hold off the attackers? He's going to have to if they want to get this opening round on the board.
Yeah, 40 seconds, still a lot of time for the attackers. I'd like to see them try to isolate this last defender and get a plant down, but as I say that, Yardi overswings into that vector.
A little bit of over-aggression. They just need to calm down, try and get this plant down, and then be able to have that post-plant crossfires. The plant, surprisingly, is not going down, but there you go. Schmink is getting it down. HUD has to be the overlap to cover. He's gone deep inside of Ivy. It's now just Schmink inside of sight. If he doesn't read into this, this could be an easy pick-off for Schmink against Hectic. He swings around the corner. No, he's going to double back. A little bit of control from Hectic. He gets the kill now, but does he know where HUD is? I think
He seems to have a read.
He did, but he doesn't get the kill.
He doesn't have any
Only
time
20
to defuse.
seconds left. No, it doesn't look like it, but there's still a little bit of time left, but he still has to kill the player at the moment.
Yeah,
it's definitely not enough
gets
time
the
now.
kill, but doesn't matter. So close, yet so far.
I mean, I don't think he'll even get to the diffuser
Yeah,
before
he
the timer
won't,
stops.
He had the chance, like on that initial spray, and
He did. If he kills him in the initial
if
spray,
he
he
kills
just
him
go
there,
back up main
he
stairs.
probably gets there. But nonetheless, first round in favor of Atomic Apes. A little bit of trolling towards the end of that round, but in the end, they won, and that's what matters the most. And the basement site next is, once again, a little bit weird, but I mean, these guys know more than us, I would hope. So I'll be interested to see how they play this.
I mean, base round, it's looking like they're going to play the extension into
the blue extension or
the
wine.
blue extension.
What?
Because I could instantly see the Warden shotgun.
Yes.
You'd probably call it pipes.
Pipes, yeah. But yeah, like this extension, like starting to become more and more like default, and it's nice to see because like teams are still learning how to attack it. So when you pull out that shield, and especially the Warden shotgun, it's very, very tough to clear because flashes don't do anything. So you have to spend a lot of time to burn utility and then get the nades in order to clear out that warden. But getting into the round, also the Vigil Boss G, I mention it every single time. Love to see it.
Vigil Boss G is a gun that obviously Spirits made very popular, and Hectic gets the opening kill onto Schmink with the, didn't even speak about it, with the Sentry, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, I find the defending recruit is a little bit less prevalent than the attacker, since the attacker you basically have every utility you would want.
A beautiful shot from Volspot onto Shineball as well to keep the man advantage into Wanted Goose, but last map they were a team to squander these. They lost a lot of rounds due to hero plays and clutch plays, so they have to be able to stay calm and win this fight. Right now, they have the main, I don't know if the main breach is open, but I think the glass may be outside it. And the plant's actually going down now.
He's in.
Is it going to be successful? It is! The plant goes down, no one to stop it!
Wow, I mean, I didn't even notice the glass from Yardy, but even in the 3-5, they managed to get the plant down, which is very impressive.
Very impressive, yeah, but it just seemed like they had nothing to stop it, despite having 2 C4s and 2 impacts, and the Warden. I don't think Scoob was using his ability.
No, but I mean, even if he did, he still has to swing into the glass, which doesn't really do too much.
Now 2v1, they have put it back, and it's a win! Tricks!
They won
what a
it.
wonderful fling out! It's a double from Tricks, but just swinging the breach like a madman.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you gotta play that post plan, is you have to have people swinging out of either library, that top main window. You have to get their eyes off of that main breach and swing in pairs or even in a trio to try to bring the man count back. And Monagoons, they did it, and they won the basin, which I would argue is the least the worst site on the map for the defenders.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Alrighty, getting into the third round here. Kitchen, finally we're seeing a quote-unquote normal site out of the defenders. But that Azami, and my eyes are turned to the Solus, because you don't really see Solus too much anymore.
Yeah, Solus obviously since the nerf, losing the impacts, not being able to use it during prep phase, kind of cut a leg off everything. She lost a leg. She's still a strong operator though for post-spawn. I'm surprised that Exige isn't using the shotgun though, to be honest. That's an Exige kind of move.
Yeah, definitely if I'm running Solus post-nerf, I would want that shotgun. But the attacker side, the Twitch and the Brava and IQ, they are going to be using a ton of intel deny in this round. So I'd expect this round to drag out till definitely the last 30 seconds before they even think about touching the bomb site.
Hectic going for that early pick with the run out. He's placed the web outside so he can get that information when people play K9. Last time it didn't work too well just because I think it was instantly hacked by the Brava drone. And talking about Brava, it's here again. And somehow getting past the Legion just did not see it. But there you go, it is shot eventually.
Yeah. And say, all is quiet, which seems weird for these teams because we've seen them play pretty aggressive to start off, but the attackers, it looks like they're doing a full Solarium / master take, and Slime just was in the site.
Siege luckily refragging. He's the only one in sight now, but now he's instantly refragged back out. Schmink is the one, and now they've got site completely control for free. Scoob is lurking up these west main stairs. I don't know if they know he's here. The only thing is, yes, they didn't. He gets one, but instantly refragged by Yardi.
Yeah, and now that it's getting down to a 3v2, I expect we'll see it start to slow down a little bit. Those Kawan, or Bees as they're better known, just coming out on these solar stairs and trying to see if they can catch anyone and get a read on where defenders are.
The only positive right now for Wanted Goons is the fact they still have the welcome. Both Bees actually missed going inside the building.
Yeah, wow.
Very big misstep there from HUD. And look at this Hectic. Now
the plant's going down.
There should be. Do they not have the hatch open? Duke is going to be able to get this down.
They got the plant down for free, and now they're perfectly set up for the post plant with Yardi West Main, one in kitchen, and then one outside holding that Solarium cross.
And Hectic goes down, and then so does Volsper to HUD. A very puzzling round from Wanted Goons.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem like they had any site presence.
Yeah, I don't know how they walked in. Did they just jump in the trophy window or something? But
I think
they
that's
just
generally what they
managed
did.
to.
I think that's literally what they did. They just jumped in the side window.
I just saw somebody was just inside. I'm like, what? But going on to the defense, this is definitely Yardy's site choice. I definitely told them, yo, let's go kitchen first. And the bandit is a bit out of the ordinary. I assume it'll be on those office walls upstairs. Rather than that, nothing really too surprising from the side of Atomic Apes. And the attackers, same thing, nothing too surprising so far.
The interesting thing for me is the fact there is no Mirror on board. Mirror is such a strong operator when playing on this kitchen. You can have the one side
no,
closer,
especially on this-
you can have the one
in that-
side red.
Yeah, that red hall, like, just so strong, as the only way you can clear it is by going into that basement and shooting up through the floor. And late round, you don't have too much time to do that.
Or just jumping in trophy window, like Atomic Apes proved you could do.
Apparently, you can just jump in a window and have all the sight control.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
But getting into the round, we are finally seeing the Ying in round 4. One of the most heavily banned operators made it through, and it's nice to see that Wanted Goons are taking full advantage of it early on.
It is surprising that it took so long, but it's interesting to see what kind of attack they do, because when they were attacking Cafe, they really tried to do minimalistic takes and not take too much of the site or too much of the map.
Yeah, so although Chalet works a little bit differently, Cafe, you can sort of get away with it on that top floor bomb site, but Chalet, you really do need established map control, so you will not be able to get away with that on Chalet.
Beautiful shot from Hectic to take out Schleim, and now it is going to be a man advantage for Wanted Goons.
Yeah, and although the one good thing for Atomic Apes is one, that traded back kill and another kill, but Frost, she already placed all her utility down, so it didn't matter.
Hector gets one back, then Volsper goes down. It's trade after trade after trade. It's now left into a 3v2. Hector is the man to get the only kill so far for Wanted Goons in this round. So the only positive really is the fact that they still have Siege, who's got the diffuser still in place, and the Hector is the man that's on the roller right now.
Yeah, and if they're able to isolate these two players up in Solarium, or even just focus on the Legion on the first floor, they can definitely find a way back into this round, especially since the diffuser is still in the hand of Siege. But obviously, they don't know everything that we do, so they have to take their time to drone it out, and let's hope that they can find a way back into it.
Really, I don't know if the hard breach actually went down from Ace before he died. I don't think it did.
Yeah, it went onto the office wall, I believe.
Onto the office wall, so the site wall is going to still be rendered, so they have to push either through a doorway or 45, or maybe just lurk up West Main. But at that point, you have the Azami that also is pressuring that side.
Yeah, they basically have to just force the gunfights in Solarium, is their only hope at winning the round, unless they try to force a hatch drop, which is very, very risky. But with the time winding down, it looks like that's what they're going for, and I don't know how this is going to end.
MP goes down, maybe readying for the drop. The only thing is they don't know about HUD, who's still in Solarium, was proned behind the little tree. He's still there, and he gets a second. Despite just getting a kill from this position, he somehow gets a second, and he had a drone on him.
Yeah, no excuses as to why he should have even gotten one kill, let alone both kills. That is ridiculous. Wanted Goons, they need to spend more time droning, and apparently calling out when they die. But moving on to the next to the 5th round, we see Bar Gaming and finally, I don't know if the Wanted Goons played on defense, but we're seeing Atomic Apes bring out the mirror like they probably should have last round, but they won anyways. And say, you're gonna see a classic library hold from the Azami would be my assumption. But other than that, Goyo, Legion will be lurking over in kitchen or even top floor. Then Mirror Warden, very default on this site, as say this is pretty solved as to what you're going to do on defense. Besides maybe like bring a dock.
The interesting part I thought about talking about bringing is the fact that there was no Wamai, because that yes,
that's
they
another big part.
Attackers are heading
They can
out.
infinitely well, not infinitely. I think she's got 5. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, damn near infinite, that's for sure.
She got 5 key baggers, yes, but at the same time, there's 4 Flores drones. At that point, you've only got 1 left. So there's nothing to stop them from going out. I don't think anyone's even playing inside library at the moment. I think library is actually completely free for them. Look, there you go. Someone just ran into
finally
suicide
see
as I
someone.
said that.
Yeah, but without the Omai, they have no counter to the Capital Firebolt. So if one of Goons can set up proper crossfires, as you know, see it spray through the wall, they should be able to kill that library player pretty quickly.
Yeah, he should be a free pick for them, but at the moment they are taking their time, making sure they work the map, and they're also going to be going for this stock wall, it looks like, so they can start obviously working the site, working for an execute. I think the Capital will also be there to smoke off, obviously, when they go for the plant as well.
Yeah, that's certainly what it's looking like, and I say pretty default at this point. No wall denial means that they will definitely be able to get that back stock wall pretty quickly, if they so choose, but as I hear the Capital Firebolt's going out, I'm assuming that was onto the library player, as Schmink has taken a bit of damage and fallen back.
Yeah, it probably was on that player, but now they do have the library control. The only thing is they have to be careful about jumping obviously into this double window and even in the single window, because they could have a C4 planned or even just the Virgo holes. And now they're working on getting this blue control. They're breaking down one of these arm barricades, but they have to be careful of this player coming up main stairs.
Yeah, smoke's going out. I'm assuming that's to deny the hop in, but as you saw Mirror strafing around, it doesn't really do the job.
Feels like the smokes are coming early, and now, because there's no execute actually ready to happen, and now there's just no smokes left, no fires left. It just feels like maybe Siege used them way too early, because that has not benefited towards them at all.
Yeah, it seems like he just decided, I'm going to smoke at this point, or you guys can just deal with it. But as I say that, they find 3 kills.
It's a really poor shot from Schleimbor. It's now all up to Yardi in a 1v5. One actually gets down, and he takes him out. But instantly refired by Volspa.
Yeah, it's really hoping to see him put up a few more kills so that way we could see him start typing things in chat. But unfortunately, he seems to be very tame tonight.
That's surprising, to be fair. Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe he's waiting. You know, calm before the storm.
Oh. Yeah, and we've seen him in the past. When we get that storm, it's going to be very, very bad.
Either that or he's muted. One of the two.
I'm assuming he's muted.
Yeah, to be fair, for brand risk, muting Yardi is the smart idea
that's the safe thing to do. Especially considering we know he has no filter. But getting back into the round, we are seeing yet another... Or no, we aren't seeing the extension on the pipes wall. But, say, Doc, Azami, Warden, Legion, Bandit, nothing really out of the ordinary. We're probably going to see Tom Capes try to hold up top for as long as they can before falling back. Pretty simple attacks. And we are seeing that Striker, I believe it's called, the attacking recruit.
It is, yes. It's called Striker.
Yes, I always get them confused because I just call them recruit.
I just call them recruit too, but you know, gotta be professional, gotta call them the exact names.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what utility Striker is bringing, as if people have not paid attention since the rework, you can now bring any form of utility you want as the quote-unquote gadget, which on defense isn't too nice all the time, but on attack definitely has its merits.
There will be no bandit tricking thanks to the Sophia Sons. I don't know if he was even he was going to be going.
He was there.
It's a very smart play by Scoob. He's able to use his mines, concussion mines, to make sure he can't bandit trick. It just completely takes him off the animation. And now they've got Mean Breach open, and it looks like they're also going to be trying to get probably the pipes wall open as well.
Yes, that most teams do put more of a focus into that pipe side. You'll often see teams just get the wall open, just that, or the main breach open that way. It's just open and creates pressure. But most teams, after getting that main wall open, they just immediately pivot to pipes and the west main wall, as that is where the attack is the strongest.
That is really poor though from the side of Wonder Goons. Default cam in main is still up, and it's seeing the player start pushing, but it's a beautiful first
gets
pick
the kill
onto
anyways.
Schleimball, yeah. No, sorry, Schmink.
Yeah, I'm
But
getting...
it's still a player West main.
Yeah, let's say good opening kill, but they need to start. And Yardy on that Doc ACOG finds I'm back.
Completely fighting, but look at this. They had no idea
He's
about the
gone
warden.
undroned.
But at least Volsper's there for the refrag, and to be fair, Volsper's lucky because if one of those bullets hits him, he's dead.
Simple. But Wannagoons, they're getting to the right solution, but doing it the completely wrong way. So I'll be interested to see what we're gonna see out of them in the next minutes, as they've been messing up so much and look very sloppy so far this round.
I was going to say, it looks like they're baiting a backside take, and then they just reset back to front side. It's a very smart play there by Exige and Volsper.
The diffuser's down.
Diffuser is down now, but at the same time, there's not much he can actually do. He needs to land this shot on Trex. He's actually going to be picking up Exige here in the connector. Do they know about him being in there? Diffuser was not picked up either. But it doesn't matter, Exige is the one to get the final kill. He's playing a lot better than he was on the first map. And that's great to see because it shows he's had his mental reset. He hasn't been discouraged by that first map. And now he's on the seat. And after the first half of Siege, we sit at 3-3. That's been the same every single game today. 3-3.
Yeah, that's... I mean, I do love to see that, especially since the quarters has come into effect. It's nice to see closer games versus a team going up like 6-0, 5-1 with the 6-6 halves. But getting back onto the Atomic Apes on attack, I presume they will do a very similar thing as what they've been doing on the previous iterations. And also, going back to what you were saying, like, Exige, I believe you said, like, the mental reset, the mental and confidence of players. So huge, especially when you are playing back-to-back games. If you cannot hit the reset after a bad map, it's just going to boil over and you're going to get absolutely demolished. So it's nice to see him picking up after that poor performance.
Now, they're going to be on the kitchen side this time again. They lost it last time, but that was also due to a fact that a player was just able to take site for free. So that's going to be an easy thing that you can change, or at least it should be an easy thing you should change. And now they're going... It does look like there's going to be more... Maybe not more... I was about to say more players on site, but it looks like there still will only be that one player on site. And I think it is at the moment, the Frost.
Yeah, and I hope we can both see it, but the Blitz is definitely... I'll be interested to see how they utilize Blitz, especially since... the shield operators between him, Osa, Blitz. Blitz is definitely the weakest of the bunch.
Ooh, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Osa.
You think Osa's worse?
Osa's horrible.
Maybe I've just been watching too much Macy J.
Now there's your first problem.
Hey, we don't hate.
No, I'm not hating. I'm not hating. I'm just saying.
But it's around minute and nothing has really surpassed. The defense is still setting up the bomb site, or I guess the vertical for the bomb site. Definitely a little slow, but the attack hasn't really done anything to punish them yet. So I guess more power to them if they're allowed to just set up for an extra minute.
It's looking like it's going to be a fast play. The only question is there a frost map underneath that bathroom window?
I guarantee there is.
And if there is, then this fast play is completely shut down.
Yeah, because the pistol takes, I believe, an extra shot than the ARs, so Blitz will not have enough time to shoot it. But all's quiet. You have, if you're Wannagoons, you have to assume something is up.
Yeah, it's been way too quiet, so they must know, like, hey, they're going to be trying something.
They're going to try something.
They're trying something.
Yeah.
And Yardy's on that team, so he's also always trying something.
Yeah.
And Ash goes down, but Blitz, there wasn't a frost map on it.
No, and Yardy finds Volsper.
But Hectic, he refrags, C4 goes out, doesn't land. Yardy's with a double kill at the moment.
Yeah, speaking of Hectic, that's what these rounds have been so far this game, which is great to see, but after getting that quick play, seems to be slowing down as Yardy is now on that Brava cam.
A positive right now for Wannagoons is the fact there's only 3 drones left on the side of Atomic Apes, and the fact that the Blitz is down.
Yes. Also, alrighty, they finally got that third drone on the ground, so that's a little bit worse for Wannagoons, but Trix is on the flank. Be interested to see if he can find. Oh, he's going all the way upstairs.
He's left Scoob alone in sight, and
Yeah.
Scoob's taken a lot of
And he's
damage,
dead.
and now they've taken sight because of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at least he has the hatch that he can deny from. So if already as the plant's going down, he should be able to deny him.
Oh, is that a poor misstep though from Trix? Could he have waited a
Yeah,
little
he
bit
could have
longer?
waited. Alrighty. He doesn't know where the plant's going down. He just has to spray and hope something hits.
Attackers activating the
And the plant does go down at the end. Now it's a 2v1 post plant. He actually planted in the exact same location. A very
Yeah.
smart idea there, because that was just
You
never
don't
be
assume
expected.
it. Yeah, why would you plant in the exact same spot as you previously shut down? But
position compromised.
Yardy ratting out in trophy finds the final kill.
I think it was
Atomic-
a 3k on the round for Yardi
Yeah.
there.
I thought it was 4, but it was definitely at least 3. Tom Caves have put up a very good showing so far, which is great to see out of what I don't know too much about them, but I assumed they were a pub stack.
They are a pug stack, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's kind of former Outlast meet meet pug stack. Yeah, it's kind of
Stack,
former
yeah.
Outlast meet pug stack. Because
Yeah.
Zonky was the man who built the team, who was obviously former star player for Outlast.
Location of a bomb.
Yeah. And yeah, nice to see them putting up a good performance against a known team such as Wannagoons.
It's a very good
And-
performance right now at
yeah.
the moment, but Wannagoons, they just don't seem like themselves. Is it because of the sub?
Yeah.
Is it because of something else? They've been on a downward spiral recently, obviously with losing losing the game today in BGS, not calling for Element 3. They just haven't and then losing to Karnica as well in EWC. It has been a spiral of downfall. Is this the continuation of it?
Defuse a bomb.
It's certainly trending in that favor, but I mean, if they can get their mental and their confidence back, I have seen this team do very good things. So let's hope that we can see the former Wannagoons that we know that they are capable of, or the former gameplay that we know they're capable of.
Well, they're still in the driver's seat. Well, not in the driver's seat, but they still are close to taking this back at the moment. It's only 4-3. And right now, Siege looking for a cheeky play with the C4, and this could work here. As
Yeah.
soon as he hears this start going,
The Thatcher? What are
I
you
think that
doing?
was. I don't know whose fault that is. That could be anyone's.
It could have been Yardy's. It might have hit off the back of Yardy for all we know.
Would have been fine, but it's
uh,
looking like a similar glass plate, but the smoke this
Yeah, I
time
was just gonna
able
bring
to
that
gas
out.
him out.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see Tom Capes try the same one-off strat that they did last time. I mean, perhaps this is their default, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to have a glass in your default strategies. And as I say that, the Thatcher's been downed.
Do pug stacks have default strategies? That's the
Well,
question.
they just play default rank stuff.
Discovered.
Oh, and he's going to be killed from the player on the window. It's poor, to be honest, from Scoob. And now the player can be picked up, and I think he's just been killed by a crossbow arrow.
Scoobs, yeah, been killed by a crossbow. Nice.
A little bit of a waste of one, but Hectic instantly refrags onto the Thermite, and I don't know. He did get main breach open, and his other one was broken. So in the end, they didn't lose much from losing the Thermite. It's just a refrag at least for Wanted Goons to keep the man count back to 4-4. The only thing they really have to worry about right now is the fact that main breach is open, because the Thermite is dead and couldn't get anything anyway.
Yeah, I mean, even if the Thermite was alive, they didn't have access to those back walls, so they're gonna have to force a main stairs execute, or main stairs / main breach execute, which can get a little dicey if you don't have the necessary map control above.
Flank was coming out by 2 players. I think it was Jaeger and Smoke, weirdly enough. Smoke
Yeah.
going for the flank is interesting, especially with 2 Toxic Base still in the pocket. Schmink low, obviously, because he was downed earlier.
Yeah,
And it's looking like they're going to hit site now, because they realize, hey, 2 players are
know
now off
there's 2
site.
guys above.
It's a 2v4 on site.
yeah, and I mean, that's the right read to make as we hear those smokes going out, and we see a hop out from Cade.
It works. He gets the kill. Siege, a wonderful jump out, and now the fuser's squandered inside the smoke. But
2v2
look at
though.
this,
with
the round with a beautiful
2v1.
double kill. And warning, Tricks. He just has to hide.
1 second. He doesn't have time.
No! He nearly did have time, but
Yes.
he just about whiffs the shot. It's a really smart. He baits to go
Yes.
through the rotate and then goes to the door.
Yeah, very messy end of round there, but I mean, that's what I've come to expect out of these two teams. Very sloppy Siege, but it's creating an entertaining game, that's for sure. And 4-4 through 8 rounds, couldn't ask for a better scoreline.
Very good game. All games today have been great. Just shows what type of quality of teams you have in this league right now. All teams vying for their chance to win this league and win the prize pool.
Yeah, and in case people don't know how our brackets are set up right now, the top 3 teams out of each group will go on to the playoffs. So basically, out of this double round robin, you're just fighting not to be last. So, and especially in this group B, all teams seem to be even so far. Like, sure, we haven't seen the Atomic Apes yet, but they're keeping up with Wanna Goons, which is nice to see out of them.
So far, the biggest round differential we've seen in a win was 7-4, and that was the last game where Kunai beat Wanna Goons. The other 2 games that Hush won, both on overtime. They beat Kunai and Wanna Goons both on overtime. So even the team that's at the top at the moment, and I don't think they're actually fully at the top anymore. I think it's...
Right now, it's tied between them and Kunai.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. I think both of them are on 4 points because of an overtime win is 2, right? Overtime 2 is 2, regulations 3, and an overtime loss is 1.
Yes, and also, if Wanna Goons win in regulation, it would be a 3-way tie for first.
It would, yes. So they need to, they'd want to go for that. Obviously, that would come down to round differential. And now, Hud, though, gets the opening kill on Siege. Schmidt gets another one back on Tricks. This is not looking good for the chance for Wanna Goons to get that win on regulation, because at the moment, they're looking down to go down 5-4.
Yeah, and it goes from bad to worse, as all that's left is the Azami and the Malusi on the side of Wanna Goons.
Big Ross Scoob and Hectic. As Volsper just went down, their star player, in my opinion, at the moment. He's been really strong for them. Hud trying to learn how to raffle in. He gets there eventually. But look at that. Hectic gets one at least. He's put it down. It's not impossible, because everyone knows 4v2 is the worst advantage in Siege.
Yes. So many rounds that are 4v2s have been thrown by that team that is up in man count, because they just start playing terrible Siege. And also, if you're looking at the locations for a lot of the attackers, they don't have too much map control, so this is very doable for the side of Wanna Goons.
It is, and that's a beautiful shot by Scoob.
Yeah, this is becoming more and more winnable for the side of Wanna Goons. As I say that, the Grimbees go out, revealing
The only problem right
Scoob.
now is the fact that site is completely free, really. No one's actually playing in it. But do they know actually where the Malusi is playing? They may be too scared to actually push in, because they may think they're stuck at the moment.
And the attackers, they only have 3 drones left, so it's not like they have enough intel to drone site. So they may not know site's clear.
Scoob is on the edge of the bees. He's just about not being scanned, and they run out anyway. Hectic makes it a 2v2. This could be a massive clutch right now. 5v2 to a 2v2 right now. And both players are... They do have site control. That's the only problem right now for the side of Wanna Goons. And they don't know about it. It's all up to Ross Scoob to take this and get them back up 5-4. But do they know where he is? I think they do.
They know he's upstairs, but they don't know where.
Then they're looking at the wrong hatch. The plant is going to go down. 1v2 post plant now. He's in stock, and both of the players know. And now he's kind of stuck here. And there you go. Yeah. It is a frag back from Duke. It was so close. They brought it back to a man equalizer. But in the end, they just gave away sight. There was no one to actually contest it. And they never knew that player jumped in. They didn't have the information.
Yeah, definitely tough, but we still do need to give props to Wanna Goons, as they certainly made it close towards the end. But sadly, close doesn't really matter in the game of Siege. You either win or lose. There's no in between. But getting into the 10th round, Atomic Apes back on defense. I think they've looked stronger overall
Attackers have located a bomb.
than the attack, but the attack is just so random, and especially with Scoob being out on the blitz, perhaps we're going to see something similar to what Tom Gapes brought out a few rounds prior.
Maybe, but this time there may actually be a frost mount underneath this window, because obviously that was probably
Yeah,
a massive
let's-
misplay in that round.
Yeah, let's pay attention to where the frost mats get put down.
There's one being put down on west main window.
Yeah.
5 seconds to insertion.
Oh, all three are already down.
I'm gonna guess one was trophy and both were west main, because I think he also went to the
Yeah.
other west main window. Which
Yeah, I
is
believe he
interesting
did.
because not many people push from those west main windows. You
Yeah,
normally
that's
just
more
walk
of
up
like
the staircase.
Yeah, late like normally if you see someone hop in, it's just like 15 seconds left on the round. You just gotta get in the map and try to make kills happen. Teams don't
Sadly,
really
the blitz
play to
was
hop in.
dropped. The blitz was dropped, but instead we
but
have a sense, which is
That-
even weirder.
Yes. I'll be interested to see what Sens can bring, as their utility is one of the most unique in Siege with the smoke wall. Sadly, I would have liked to see it paired up with the glass, but unfortunately we
People
can't have it.
overhate on the sense, honestly. All people quote them as the worst operator, but
Yeah.
I'd say that's Blackbeard personally, but
100%.
it's definitely Blackbeard.
Yeah.
But the
And-
only problem is the Warden's definitely going to hinder the chances of the sense working out for them.
Yeah, and also the lack of hard breach is a bit astounding on the side of Wannagoons as the first Sens gadget goes out.
Maybe they have heartbeat charges on Buck. They didn't have any on Sense. He has nades.
No, they don't. They don't have any. No hard
They don't.
breaches.
I'm gonna say that's insane. I thought maybe
Yeah.
they'd bring can openers, but they're gonna have to funnel through a hatch or funnel through a wall. And look at that, Volsper, he's getting it open, and they may just use these sense gadgets to try and walk in. And they know
Yeah.
he's there now. And that's an easy.
But
That
it's
should be an
also
easy
the
kill for
warden, so
Volsper.
those Sens goggles won't do it, or those Sens walls won't do anything.
True, but right now his goggles are about to run out.
Yeah. Say, the 5v4 and the siege timing in a nutshell getting flashed the moment your warden goggles go out.
They still have the upstairs control. They can't walk through
Yeah.
that doorway because of the vertical play.
Yeah, they don't really have anything to do. As I say that, they start taking top floor.
But
There's
now
somebody
looking
below. Oh, the Amaru is going to go up the hatch.
But the only problem is they're using the sensors maybe as a distraction, but
They
Warden
still
knows there's
have one
someone
left,
below.
luckily. Yeah,
They do,
Warden
but
knows
Warden
there's
knows
someone
some-
below.
And the person below
And-
taking a lot of damage through a hatch and through a floor. But there you go. The Warden gets the equalizing pick. And now in a 3v3 with only 30 seconds left, it's looking like Atomic Apes are going to put themselves on match point and stop Wannagoos from having the chance to tie themselves up with the other teams on 4 points.
Yeah, and as we're getting into the late round, the Amaru plan that they had, never mind, Amaru still goes up the hatch and is immediately killed.
So whiff from Hectic there. He probably needs to win that fight, but he does win the one on
wins
the
the guy
vertical.
upstairs.
Seconds to go.
He sees the warden.
And he gets that.
Finds the triple. He knows last one's first floor.
Seconds left.
Can he find it? Playing ring around the rosy.
And he doesn't get it. Schmink plays that Schleim plays that perfectly.
Schmink and
beautiful-
slime.
Schmink and Schleimball. Schleimball played that perfectly though. He knew exactly what to do. He made sure he used his time to advantage. And now
Yes.
Atomic Apes on match point with 2 defending rounds to win it.
Yeah, it's tough to see them not closing it out, as even though it is attacker sided, they still have bar gaming, which is probably the best site for the defenders. So it is tough to. Wannagoons, they certainly have their work cut out for them. But I mean, who knows? We've seen crazier things in Blitz gaming.
The only positive thing for Wannagoons at the moment is the fact last time Atomic Apes did go to bar, it was practically flawless for the side of Wannagoons.
Yeah, exactly.
Yardy got only 1 pick, and that was the guy vaulting in window when he was like basically prone underneath the window.
Yeah. So at least there is still hope for the side of Wannagoons, but it's going to be very tough to win the next 2 rounds straight. That's for sure.
But it's not impossible, so
Yeah. But
honestly, I'd love to see it go overtime. It'll be our first overtime game of the day.
100%. Let's say, so Atomic Apes, we got Smoke, which is a little bit out of the ordinary on this site. Azami, normally we see her banned on this map, but makes sense to bring, especially where we've seen her hold the top floor incredibly well. Then Mute, pretty default. Mira, you're pretty much throwing if you don't bring Mira on the site, and then Yardi on his tried and true Goyo.
They're a really strong operator. The 20 seconds
Yes.
that burns with the fire, and obviously just the gun in general with that ACOG.
Yes, tears through people.
Is Ash already in? No, I'm going insane. Ash is in outside still.
Yeah.
The player models are really hard to follow sometimes.
Yeah. Well, the one nice thing about this new overlay, I personally despise it, but at least you can see exit front yard wherever the player is, you can see the call out.
Yeah, that's the one thing I like about the overlay. I also think it's a bit bad,
Yeah.
but there you go. It probably will not be changed back, but
No, why would it be?
the weird part for me is the fact that the players are on the bottom, like the player names
Yeah.
on the bottom and not the top.
I know.
That's one thing that's weird. But anyway, enough about the overlay. Right now, nothing's really being made. They're poking and prodding at this defense to see, hey, where's the gap? Where's the soft spot? Trying to find where the flat belly is.
Yeah, and they don't seem to have a read as to really anywhere they can go. As we see the Yana get into Piano at the minute 30 mark. Very, very slow take on the side of Wannagoons, which will probably come back to bite them as we get into the later round with the Smokes and the Goyos and all the Nitros.
Scoob gets one, but it's instantly refragged by Schmink. He got Shine Ball out, so no more getting confused. But look at this. Hectic. He may have just locked in. Beautiful shot, though, by Volts. But is he over-aggressing there, though? Exceed gets another. It's all up to HUD and Yardi now. Yardi, I think he retook the top 4 control. Do they know he's done that? Yes, they do.
And he's giving up a bit of control. But as I say that, HUD finds one back onto Volsper.
Now they know exactly where these two players are. But
And now
a
it's the
beautiful
2v2.
C4 for HUD. They've done it as well. They've taken this advantage back up.
1v1.
Can he do it? HUD with a 1v1
He
now.
knows where the last
whiff
is.
shot.
The whiff! Alrighty.
Beautiful from Exceed, playing Ring Around the Rosie in the end. Must have been nerve-wracking for him because, again,
Yes.
in the last map, he had 1 kill the entire game. But to be able to put your team on your back for that final couple moments to win that 1v1 just shows what a player he is.
Yes. Let's say, we've seen it. Everyone has their off games. Even guys like Spoit, Shaika, we've seen them underperform. So it's nice to see Exige getting back and playing like we know he can.
And Exige is on the same level as Spoit and Shaiko.
Obviously.
Yeah, he is the future Jake Exige out.
Yes. I mean, he's playing against a pro, so hey, close enough to the big leagues. But the defense of Atomic Apes deciding to run it back, except a vastly different operator lineup, bring out the Bandit and the Soulless instead of the Smoke and the Goyo. So I'll be interested to see, especially how they work the Bandit into this.
I'm interested in the solo shotgun.
I mean, weren't you just saying a few rounds ago how like Soulless should be running the shotgun?
I know they should be. Doesn't mean people do it.
Fair enough.
Also, the mirror window is on the right side of 4 stock, which is not normally where players would normally put
Yeah,
it.
normally it's on the left side.
I don't know if the mirror's actually gone there. They may have. I think they've got the bar mirror instead, as it looks like.
Yes. And the other one still has yet to be placed. I'm presuming. I say I'm trying to. So now we'll go on that bar stock wall.
I thought it would have gone live.
Yeah, so would I. And all right, I'm able to see again. But,
That's what I was about to say. We're able to see again. We've got.
In fact,
eyesight
we
back.
have 1080p now.
Oh yeah. To be fair, yeah, it's gotten really crisp now. Jeez.
Yeah.
I can actually read Schmink and Schleimball's names.
Yeah. Only took us till round 12, but we can tell them apart. But getting into the round, same sort of idea from the attack, taking things slow, which barely worked out for them last round, but it still did. And Flores, if a zombie's up, then you're pretty much forced into running floor. So nice to see them starting to get those Kiba barriers out of there.
Hectic with the opening pick, 18-8 right now.
Yeah.
He is on fire this game. He is one of their star players, and he's showing it.
Yeah, and I don't know if you noticed, but Fulspur's at the bottom of the library stairs, so he's just about to take control of the bomb site himself if Atomic Apes are not careful.
Yeah, if they don't read into this, they could give away food. But look at this, Shineball, he's on the flank, and they don't think they know about it. But HUD gets taken down, so it is a 4v3, even if Shineball does get one back. Shineball still on the flank right now. He's in the library hallway. He's in Ivy right now.
They don't know. They don't know. If he can hit this Finka... They had a read, but...
They had a read, but it was too late. Exceed, taken into 45, but there's two players, and that's Diffuser down. But what? Scoob gets one back. Scoob? I don't know where Trix is, though. Scoob is in deep in stock.
Trix is in mud. So...
The only thing...
They don't have the Diffuser, though.
They don't have Diffuser. They have full side control, no Diffuser. That is the only problem right now. And look at that. Yardi lurking around where the Diffuser is, and know exactly when the Diffuser will go down because of the Solus tracker.
Yeah, and 30 seconds, they don't have a lot of time. And
beautiful shot from Trix, though. Where did the Ying come from?
The Ying just flashed through the wall and beautiful.
But Ying's dead.
Wait, Ying was dead?
Ying was dead. I think because when he died, he dropped the gadget.
And then it was in a mute jammer. That's the only solution.
That's actually
that's wild.
That's how crazy Rainbow Six Siege can be. But teeny little things can affect something that happened ages ago. Even when you're dead, can affect the round later on.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw what Wannagoons were cooking, but they plan to just grab the Diffuser, run, and then have Trix hold a long cross. That way the plant could go down. Nice to see them showing that composure into making the right play on match points to push it to overtime.
The one thing I can say for Atomic Apes is I think they made the wrong play. The Solus at least made the wrong play.
Yeah.
He peeks he misses the shots and then continues
while he was
to
reloading.
Peek.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if he stays up there, he can contest the plan, and Yardi dying doesn't really matter in that situation.
Yeah. He's at that point, Yardi's just playing to waste time, and then that doesn't matter because Solus is, well, Solus. But round 13, I believe you said the first overtime game of the day. But
it is, yep, the other two games I think ended 7-4 both times.
Wow. And we're seeing the kitchen bomb site. I believe the last time we saw it from Atomic Apes was the ratting at the top of Solarium.
No, they played it a second time as well.
Okay.
They played it first of the last defensive round, and that was when they brought no hard breaches and tried the Amaru plant.
Yeah, the Amaru plants.
This is one reason why I dislike the core systems a little bit. It's hard to remember stuff.
Yes, because that happened, what, round 6 maybe? Or around something like that. It happened so long ago.
10.
Oh my.
It's the last kitchen round. But look at this.
Yardi
in a horrible situation. They know he's down, but there's nothing really they can do other than just do that.
Alrighty.
And there he's down.
That's the bandit off the board, and a zombie's taking a lot of damage.
That's also a C4 down off the board, and the zombie's now stuck in bathroom. And Ross,
zombie's dead.
Scoob gets the kill, but he's instantly then refragged by the Frost. But they know exactly where she is too now, so she'll probably be converged on by an LMG that shoots about 100 bullets a second.
Yeah, and Atomic Apes, they were so close to closing it out, but it just looks like they're throwing bodies. Very tough opening to the round. Although luckily, the one thing they have going is all of the attackers besides the Ash are outside. But as I say that, the Alliance Gang goes off and they repel into Solarium.
It's Frost. Double
the
C4
double!
by HUD! And that's the man advantage back in the favor of Atomic Apes.
Yeah, crazy nitro, but job's not finished. They still need to find these last two players, and first one's dead. All that's
thing is,
left
that's
is
also
Exige.
Diffuser. That's also
Yeah.
Diffuser squandered. Exige having to come up big with a 1v3, and this would
He
put
just
Atomic
got in the
Apes on
building,
match
though.
point.
And caught sprinting.
It's happened a lot on Cafe, where one of the goons would get into an early massive like
Advantage.
advantage.
Yeah,
That's
man
it. I was
count.
gonna say man count,
Yeah, man
and
count,
then
man
they
advantage,
just throw
all
it
works.
away.
Yeah. I say, old habits die hard apparently, but Wannagoons calling their timeout.
That's my favorite Megamind quote.
Yeah, and what do you think they're talking about anything in particular? Like I think they're fully locked on round 15.
The only interesting part for me about a timeout for Wanted Goons, I don't know if it's true, but I don't know if they have a coach. So it's basically going to just be Exige calming them down, making sure, hey guys, let's calm down. We can win at least one of our defending rounds. We've done it every single time. They're probably going to talk over what's going to happen, how they're going to defend
Yes.
it, and then probably as well talk about how they're going to attack the next round.
Yes. If I am Exige and I'm going through this tactical town, I'm telling them this is what we're doing for this round. But more importantly, when we win it, I'm gonna assume they're going bar. If so, we're gonna do XYZ. And if they go basement we will do this. That's what I expect the call out or the timeout to have gone.
The best word for Exige to use in that situation, you used it perfectly, is when we win it. You cannot say as a IGL if we win it, because that puts doubt in your team's head. You want your team to make sure that on the same wavelength and in the best mindset possible to now take this next defending round, because you're on the edge of it. You need to win this, or you've got 2 points, which isn't actually too awful, just because obviously it is a 2-game round robin. But after playing all your games, you're set dead last with 2 points. And Atomic Apes still have they still have 2 games left after this in the first round robin.
Yeah, and luckily though, as you mentioned, it is a double round robin, so you'll play each team twice. And if I'm Wannagoons, even if, let's say they fall 8-6 or even 8-7, they put up a good showing, and if they can start to get
sub no less as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we haven't brought up too much, but Trix is a sub. He is not normally on this roster. So them pushing Atomic Apes, granted, who also do have a sub in Yardy, but there's a little bit of a skill disparity between Trix and Yardy. One was in Pro League for 4 years, and one I didn't know existed before today.
You're right, Trix is my favorite Pro League player.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, last game there was 2 Trix, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and that was very confusing.
Yeah, I bet. But early round on a basement defense, I mean, nothing really too crazy. We see the Ram getting that vertical open right away. Ram has really become just the best, like,
That's
vertical
one
operator
charge,
for
by the way,
this.
down.
Yeah. Once again, the thermite charges on the side of Tom Gapes.
Oh, no,
Never
broke
mind.
down.
It gets open.
I think it's because of the animation it was in, but Siege still gets the opening pick on Schleim.
Yeah, but back to what you were saying, like the thermite charge one, I thought it was gonna get tricked, but apparently not.
Because of the animation it was in, it was so close to detonating.
Because it has the 1.5 second delay or whatever.
Yes, because of the delay, yeah. If they did it a little bit sooner, then yeah, it would have been tricked.
And that would have been the round over, because we've seen Atomic Apes not be able to adjust once that first thermite charge gets tricked, like it has been in past rounds.
Yeah, but now they are still able to get the backside. The only problem is obviously their vertical player is now down, and they still have not dislodged the Roma of, I think I'm pretty sure it was, it's told about Roma. Schmink's taking damage, and now finally they do take him out. Siege is the one going down. And but that took 2 minutes of your round just to take one guy out.
And to take down a Jaeger, his utility has been placed for 2 minutes at this point. Like, with Jaeger, the moment you place that utility down, you're basically just a guy with a gun versus like Warden who has an active utility. And as I say that, HUD just drops into sight and finds Trix.
A beautiful shot, and now they've got everything they need for an execute here. Volkswagen taking a lot of damage.
And they have connector control as well.
Scoob goes down. It's a 4v2, not looking well. Diffuser's about to go down. It's a beautiful shot though by Hectic, but Diffuser is definitely about to be planted.
Yeah.
And it is. I don't know where it was planted. It was planted close breach.
Yeah, and
they've got information. Is that a play down into connector? Yes.
It is.
It's a 2v2. It's still possible, but the vertical control could be hard, and there's still a guy outside breach.
And a 1v2, this is close to impossible. As Hectic, the man of the hour for Wannagoons, tries to win a 1v2.
He needs to go 23 and 10 to win this round. He runs out, and the player's pro.
Finds
he
one.
Gets him though.
He has to stick Diffuser. Nah, it's over.
He misses the shot, and now it's over. Congratulations to Atomic 8s. They get their first 2 points on the board. They're currently drawing in points with Wantagoons, but that's only with one game played and with the Wantagoons playing all 3 of their first round robin.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because Atomic Apes now overtake Wannagoons in terms of the tiebreaker, which I believe is round differential.
Yes, that would be true, yeah.
So Wannagoons fall to 4th in their group, which through 3 games played, which is the most so far, is very tough for them. So they have a lot of work to make up when they get back.
Apes actually have a second game today. They're playing the next game against Kunai, and Kunai beat a Wantagoons 7-4 as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to be very exciting to see.
Yeah, and if Atomic Apes can win this in regulation, they will instantly become first in the group, even after only playing 2 games.
Very impressive, but it's going to be a tough game no matter what. Both teams looked great today, and now we can't wait to see what comes up next. So we're going to go to we're going to go to a break before we get our players in ready for the next game.
Been trying to change what I've been trying to say. Words don't come straight from my head to my mouth. It's such a shame that it fell out of place. Was never me that was bringing you down. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? Always looking for more. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more?
I've been in and out my mind since I hit your phone. I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along. Yeah, we've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates. And they say communication, safe relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? Okay, now hold up. Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing, and I'm over here again.
Welcome back to BGS. Upcoming is Atomic Apes versus Kunai. I'm pretty sure we're on Bank, right?
Yes, we are going to Bank.
Kunai defending first.
Guess we are spoiling the map bans, but yeah, Kunai defending Bank first. So let's just quickly roll through the map bans. Pretend that didn't happen.
I was wrong. We're going Chalet, by the way. Look,
no,
Chalet.
Don't say that.
Look,
don't say
Chalet.
that.
Look, guys.
You had me confused for a second. I'm like, no, I saw Bank.
Bank, yeah, it will be Bank. Kunai defending first. Both teams already played today. Obviously, Kunai played 2 games ago, but both teams played the exact same team as well. Kunai and Atomic Apes both beating Wonder Goons. Atomic Apes on overtime 8-6. Kunai 7-4 in regulation. Both on different maps being Cafe and Chalet.
Yes. And looking at the rosters, I think we're all familiar with Atomic Apes since we just witnessed them play. So Duke, Hud, Schmink, Drip, and Schleimball. And on the side of Kunai, it is Retro, Gekyu, Trix, Dexy, and Demented, I think it is.
It is Demented, yes.
So, I mean, going off of the games earlier today, Atomic Apes had a little bit more trouble beating Wannagoons than Kunai did. So, if I had to guess who's going to win, I would say Kunai wins.
But it's all on a different map and different plays.
Yeah.
Like, Kunai had such a great game with a lot of clutches, and honestly, Wannagoons played quite poorly against them. I do think Wannagoons locked a bit more in against Atomic Aces.
Yes.
But if a player like Gekyu can have the performance he had on Cafe against Atomic Aces here, it could go either way still.
Yeah, 100%. Like, that's just me, like, looking at on paper. Obviously, the game is not played on paper. It's played in the lobby because we are humans. Like, sometimes we will miss a few shots, so a few rounds go the other way.
But I don't know how you're casting a Siege game played on paper. That sounds very boring.
Yeah. Very boring, but this time, no tech break. We are getting into the lobby very quickly. And Kunai will get the first and last ban, and Atomic Apes will get the second and third. So, what do you think? Any predictions on bans, Milo?
Dokkaebi, Monty, or Ying. They're the three.
Doge, Monty, Ying, yeah. Defense on Bank is where we can see things get a little unique. On Bank, I've also seen Hibana banned from time to time.
Yeah, because it's harder to then get counter wall open. Brava. To be fair, I think that's a target ban. That is definitely a target ban.
Yep, Yardy target ban. Also,
now,
Twitch
Atomic
chat,
Ace
I've seen you. We are not glazing Yardy. It's just the player we know the most about.
No, I'm glazing Yardy.
Okay, well,
I said it.
Alrighty.
Okay, hold on. I'll glaze someone else's game. Retro. He's a great IGL for Kunai, and honestly a really good player. He doesn't put numbers up, but the way he IGLs and moves around his pushes is insane. I coached a guy at one point because he tried out for a team I used to run, and generally the way he IGLs is perfect to me. There you go.
I don't know if you're telling the truth or not, but hey.
Everything I said was true.
Oh,
Just
fun. Well,
just over glazed. That's what you could say.
I got you. But as you were saying that, the two bans, Monty, Valk, very simple bans. Monty, one of the best attacking operators in the game. Valkyrie, one of the best defending operators, just because of how good those cameras are.
I also think they're the exact same bans that Atomic Ace did for Chalet.
Yes,
I think
that-
they
I
banned
believe
Monty, they
so.
banned Valkyrie. And again, they're able to get the favoured side, I'd say. I generally think
Yes.
as well, Bank is also attacker-sided. So they've gotten the attacker side both times, and the thing to look out for right now, Shrine Ball on the
Yes,
Amaru.
that Amaru.
And also, Kunai starting Starford open area. Another interesting one here.
Yeah. And apparently Atomic Ape... Was it Atomic Apes that did last game, Amaruing up a hatch?
No, that was
It was one of Goons.
Yeah, because they lost the round.
Yeah, forgive me for thinking that an Amaru that's planning to go on up a hatch is going to try the same thing. Unless they were assuming they went top 4 and are going to completely change their operator lineup, which is 100% a possibility. But as they get drones top 4, looks like they're going to stick this lineup. Or at least...
That could be going to be the only change currently.
Nope. Ace again swapped it for...
Ace swapped out.
Prosa.
Also swapped out, yeah.
But,
and there you go, there's the Amaru gun.
They changed basically the entire roster the moment I said anything, of course.
Yep.
But the defenders, Mira, very strong on this map, especially on that kitchen staff bomb site, where you can play in Jenner and deny the repel into CEO, which is a common attacking strategy for the attackers. And as we see, it gets set up right now. But Castle, incredibly strong on this map, as you can barricade off those windows in Trump, or as you saw that printer and that printer door and deny them the access to the bomb site. Other than that, nothing really out of the ordinary.
Ikebe early to get into Archives and misses his chance to get a free pick there. And now they know about the Dokkaebi being there.
Away.
But does Dokkaebi know about the player that's close to them?
Doesn't seem to, no. Well, now they're aware.
But they're being flanked. They're completely being contested.
Yeah,
this is smart from Kunai. That is
Kunai
an amazing play. They see the player as
coordination.
isolated, and they just completely converge. And now it's a second pick by Demented.
Yeah. Kunai just absolutely taking it to the side of Tom Gapes early on, which is great to see. As I say that, HUD gets the trade back onto Demented.
Yeah, and there still is actually a player on this top floor taking a lot of damage. Is Gekyu and Wamai completely just unaware. And now it's basically, but there you go, Dexy gets the opening, not the opening pick, but gets a pick back on. And right now, man advantage back inside of Kunai, and Gekyu was able to get that back down to the bottom floor with his teammates.
Yeah, so with still a minute on the clock, they have plenty of time to make something happen. I'd ideally like to see Atomic Gape set up some flank cams just so that they don't get flanked. But other than that, they still have time to isolate where they want to either plant or where they want to enter the bomb site to get these frags.
The thing is, there are 8 drones currently on the floor. Like, not even in pocket, there are 8 drones on the floor for the side of Atomic
I
Apes.
believe. But yeah, there's a lot. And
yes, there was 6. I meant 7 before. 1 was shot though, so now there's only 6. Yeah.
Yes, we
But
can do math.
now it's back to a 2v2. I can barely do math. It's back down to a 2v2 though, and Gekyu is low HP. The only thing is the time is dwindling. I don't think they know where the players are, and they don't. Beautiful from Trix, despite having that many drones on the field, no idea. It's a drop here, but no frag instantly, and Gekyu missing his shots, but finally does get the opening and kills out and gets the first round on the ball for Kunai.
Yeah, so great first round for Kunai, especially that opening frag. I love that teamwork of them finding the Dokkaebi in Teller's office and just completely pinching, giving absolutely no room. He's saying, you are dying no matter what. But
yeah,
second round, they're going back to something a little bit more traditional with the basement bomb site, and their lineup, very simple. You have the Cade, Mira, Smoke, Goyo, Tub. You are playing 5 men on site. At most, someone will be on a staircase, but you are playing to just sit in the bomb site and making the attackers have to make something happen.
It's
And the
interesting to
attack-
see that they started with what normally people would say is a tertiary site, and they've won
Yeah.
it, and that will be massive for not only their mentals but also just in the round in general, because this is now probably the most defender-sided site
Yeah.
on the map. And now if they win this 2-up, 2-1 after the first quarter, that is really strong for them and for the future.
Yeah. Yardy's on an Amaru for a basement attack, which is a little wild. But also...
Maybe just to quickly take top floor, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I don't know the theory behind this, but other than that, nothing too abnormal from the attackers. Flores, just really strong operator. Grim, great for an execute. Maverick can get the hatches no matter if they have a Kate or not. Where did that Amaru go off?
I think he may have went up the square. Because he is... Yeah, he's on square. He's outside square.
Yeah. So, Tom Capes moving pretty quickly through the top 2 floors, but that is to be expected with this bomb site, as like the biggest roamer is the smoke on those blue stairs. So other than that, like...
And he takes out the Amaru with the shotgun, and also... But then instantly refab. But it's a 1-for-1 trade. The only thing is you've lost those smoke canisters, you've lost the denial. It's interesting that he didn't use them while trying to do that. And there was actually another roamer. Gekyu was also top floor, but he dropped off quickly.
He has
And the
since
C4!
fall back, and the C4 through the hatch.
It downs him, and then luckily Gekyu was able to then shoot up and still take him out. So it's a 1-for-1 trade really with... No, it's not really a trade, but they have taken server control, but with the fire canisters, it will stall them out quite a lot.
Yeah. I really want to see the Flores drone try to get in and grab the rest of these Goyo canisters. He's having trouble, he can't find them. So
The
he
only
just
good
gets
thing
swallowed.
for Kunai Atomic Aces right now is the fact there's only one C4 on the side of Kunai left.
Yeah, 100%. And as we see that, as you say that, Schmink trying to ideally bait out that nitro from...
He has all 2 smokes, he has 2 fires, so it's interesting that he's not... I think he's going to go there. I was going to say it's interesting he's not on the hatch to deny. But look at this, they're retaking top floor.
Yeah.
Going up main right now.
Yeah, great call from Kunai. Basically just leaving that one mirror to our own devices and
He's gone all
having
the way
other
top
3.
floor.
Yeah. Alright, they find the first kill though.
And there he is,
And the
on
flank.
the flank, Gekyu.
And Schmink finds 2 though.
One with a
So
fireball,
this
but at
round
the
is
same
far
time...
from over.
It is, but at the same time, 15 seconds left, no diffuser. It's going to be very hard.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough, but he has time to isolate these gunfights, but dies demented.
Problem is, no information as well.
Yeah.
Demented with a pick. I think Gekyu is the one that really got that round. That was a beautiful flank. He went up main and then continued going up. He went all the way across top floor and then went down servers to kill the planter. If he doesn't kill the planter there, that could go down.
Yes, although granted, with Kunai already retaking that middle floor, like the bomb going down is not a huge threat to them as they are already basically halfway there.
I think that's where the 2 players died though. I think the 2 players died on that top floor or on the retake. So I think Capital actually still had the top middle floor.
Wow, but say as you mentioned earlier, they won the tertiary site first, so now they get to go top floor with a chance to go up 3-0 on Atomic Apes, which is a very, very good start.
Geeklax GGGG floating.
What?
My king. Geeklax Gekyu. That is overweight menace.
Yeah. I was just concerned about the... I just didn't see the get... I just saw Gekyu, not Geklax or whatever.
Geeklax. Love you all for real.
Yeah.
At least it's all love in chat. I don't think Yardy's giving out the love.
Odds, as you said last game, he's probably muted.
He's probably muted, yeah.
That's for the
or
wiser.
He's waiting. He's saving up all his trash talk for Nyx.
Yeah, I think, I personally hope I'm casting that game because that is going to be so fun.
That will be the game of all
the
games.
game of the round robin. game of the tournament. But getting into the round, since we haven't really talked too much about it, top floor bomb site. We're going to use no hard breach, which is very interesting. Although they don't even have can openers. But
The thing is,
normally
you
you'll
don't
see a
massively
player.
need it because you normally can plant. If you use the floors to where the head holes normally be, you could just use that as your breach.
Yes, I was mainly referring to the canto wall because normally you get canto wall open, and in case people don't know what canto wall is, it is the wall right outside of elevator. And as I say that, Trix gets down. But the wall outside of elevator, you can hop on rappel with the DMR and just hold a long cross all the way through vending hall onto where Dexy is right now.
He did just get nomaded off his paw, to
Still
be honest,
dies.
from Dexy. He hears the nomad and still swings into it. And now Gekyu also down. It's a 5v2. Retro and Demented, all that is left to hold off the onslaught. And Demented gets one. That's the buck down. I think that's Diffuser. Isn't Diffuser down yet?
Nope. Schmink is planning inside of CEO. Look at the timing.
That's Diffuser down. But instantly taken out. I was about to say he's done this before in qualifiers. He had a clutch where he just killed the planter, then hid in the smoke.
Yeah, there was a lot of time left, so I don't think he would have been able to hide in the smoke. But I mean, at least he got his frag, right?
It seemed like over-aggression and overconfidence coming out from Kunai that round. But they do get their 2 attacking rounds, and I think that's what you really want to get from a quarter in.
Yeah, you want to get
Bank,
2 rounds. Like, I say, obviously it's simple math, but if you can get more of those, if you can win more of those cores than the other team, you're set up pretty well to win.
And especially on the attack, I personally think it's attacker side. I don't know how these teams prefer it.
Well, with the Pug stack, like obviously they're going to attend defense a lot more. Kunai, I haven't watched too much of them, so I can't say whether they prefer attack or defense, and especially on a map like Bank. But getting into the first defensive round for Atomic Apes, it is very, very similar to what Kunai tried. I believe the only difference is the Cade is now being swapped out for a Mute. But other than that, same lineup across the board, and the only thing different is looks like that they're going to be trying a bit of an extension on the first floor with that red hatch open.
It does look, it's also going to be doing a full roam into open, which does mean maybe this looks a little bit more vulnerable to a rush, but at the moment, looking at the operators, doesn't sound like a rush. It sounds like we're going to be roam clearing using the Jackal.
Well, that Jackal.
And so you've got your execute operator as the Capital.
Yeah. So that, as you mentioned, this lap fully tailored towards clearing the entire map. But like I say, the top floor roam clear on Bank normally goes very, very quick, as there's not really too much point to having a defender on the top floor.
A C4 from Schmink, able to take down Trix early on. It's a good first pick for Atomic Ace in this round now. But full information on that player now with the yellow pins.
Yeah. And the Jackal being down is kind of a hindrance, because if they want to get a Jackal track onto Schmink, even though there are mute jammers, you kind of need the Jackal for that. You can't just, unfortunately, you can't really use a dead operator's ability.
I mean, you should be able to. I think someone should just go up to Jackal, pick up his
Just take
headset.
Yeah. But they seem to have the read onto the player, and actually, they've completely given up the top floor. So
I mean, you get your first pick, you give it up easy.
100%. I don't disagree, but Gekyu thought there was someone in that admin office there, but the ward had dropped back long ago. So now we're gonna see it's played out like a pretty normal Bank turtle, where the attackers, they have to try to flood the bomb site with 20 seconds left, but they don't get the full 3 minutes set up. No, they only have about 1:30 to set up, since they spent the first minute and a half roam clearing.
And they're in a man deficit, and Smoke still has 2 toxic bays, and there's still Gory cancers, and there's still 2 C4s, and there's a mirror window facing you.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking like Kunai are about to win this round, but crazier things have happened. And as we see HUD setting up the lineup, I believe. Yep, he is in lockers setting up that lineup, and a trade from Schmink and Demented.
Good trade, because to be fair, that's only your loss of a warden. That's not anything massive to lose. It does make so you can't see through the smokes anymore, but you have just taken over, and you're still in the man advantage. You still got your 2C, you still got your 2C4s, because obviously Schmink is the one that actually got the opening pick and used his earlier on, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and as we hear that first Capital will go down, they are looking for a drop, and Retro is immediately shut down.
Just shut down, trying to go for the plant by Yardi, and the plant's going down again, but the fire and a double C4, it's a triple kill for Yardi on the round.
Yeah. As say, not too much to say there. Like, they took a long time clearing that roam, and then they didn't have any time to set up their executes. So, shocker, when they tried to drop hatch, they had absolutely no idea where the defenders were, and then Yardi with the nitro through Red Hall onto the bomb site.
Again, staff and open area being preferred over to them, the top 4. This time being the second pick bomb site, though, for the defenders.
Yeah. I mean, the idea behind going staff second is pretty simple. Like, you can hold the top 4 for a long time and then just drop back as long as your site presence isn't that weak and you don't allow them to rush. You can basically play like a top 4 defense and then fall back when you feel pressured.
And with Monty off the board, you can't really do the kitchen attack, because with Osa, it's a lot worse. With Blitz, it's a lot worse. It's really only viable with Monty.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen teams in the past run like Sense Osa on this bomb site to try to throw a wall into the staff room / kitchen and try to force a plant down. But that has varying success because it's not as consistent as Monty just walks in with his shield and no one being able to shoot him. But
we will see the Osa, so it's looking like they are going to maybe go for that kitchen plant, but just without the sense, and maybe you'll have the smokes on the Twitch instead.
Yes. So, firstly, if you want to do a staff attack, you okay? He wasn't able to jump with the Flores cam. Odd. But you need to get square control, and then more importantly, you need to get control of those blue stairs, because you often see it when teams are going for a staff heavy execute. They will drop someone through the hatch, or they'll have a flanker hit those basement stairs, walk up, and then just completely annihilate whoever's planting. So, and as you see, Yardi's already down there.
Trix is the man going to be hunting him down, and they do have a cam on him currently, and he is hit down. Very good pick and read from the side of Kunai. They knew exactly where he was going to be and taking him out in Retro with a second pick on that Osa. But do they know about Schleim in the... And look at this. Schmink also going for a second flank.
Yeah, I mean, you basically have to, and he gets it.
Trix is on drone in that situation. Dexy, I think, is just being shot through a wall or through the drone hole. They still have the man advantage, but not anymore. HUD with a beautiful shot on Dexy. Get you all the way in no man's land, as it's the Osa has to figure out a way to get this back into their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, they really don't have the map control that they need, because like one player is in that teller's office and another one in archives, and I say that the archives player finds Demented. But they don't have the map control they need to try to force down the staff plant. So at this point, they're just kind of forced into walking into archives and trying to find frags.
So whiff there from GetQ, not able to find the fight and the win onto the player inside of open, but it is Schmink to able to get it, and then Schleim to get another.
Yeah,
it looks so positive, but then in the end it just failed and petered out because of a simple flank, and Kunai taking a timeout really early on.
Yeah, I mean, kind of makes sense. They've lost 2 rounds in a row and
3 rounds in a row.
3, yeah, even worse. I was just looking at the split of quarter, but yeah, they've lost 3 straight, and they've given up man advantages as well, which is definitely going to be the talking point of this time. It is, hey guys, when we get numbers, slow it down. We don't need to rush. Like the moment that they get those 2 opening kills, everyone should be hopping back on drone and trying to figure out where these last 3 defenders are. Because when you are down on defense, you often need to get aggressive, and normally that is through flanks. So take your time, get the drone work, and then Kunai should be able to find at least this round, and then be fine going forward.
To be fair, poor Trix tried to do that. He got on a drone in blue and then got flanked again.
Yeah. Like I said, when they're down in man counts, like defense are going to try to flank because that's what they have to do to get the man count back in their advantage.
Yep. And now they will be going to the top floor, the executives and CEO. Last time this was played, obviously, was by Kunai. It was lost, and every single quarter, 2 quarters to make the halves has ended 3-3. Every single game. Will Kunai get this 3rd round and complete the trend?
Well, I would have to assume so, because that's just how it works, right? But the defensive lineup, Malusi, definitely great for stopping these little lurk plays from the attackers, trying to lurk up main stairs like Knock per se, even though Knock is just a troll pick nowadays. The Aruni, same sort of thing, want to deny them lurking in through doorways. And then, biggest thing, the Echo. Like, you normally do not see an Echo in competitive play because a lot of players, they just have to hide on, they're sitting on a drone and basically not being useful. But it looks like they're going to use it to try to get info outside.
Well, I would say he's very situational.
Yes, 100%.
He's good on some sites and not a lot. Like, for example, I think he's good on Kitchen Cafe. I think he's good on basement of this map.
Yeah. And
massive misstep from her. Trix gets an easy opening kill.
And that's tough because the Aruni has one of the best guns for this bomb site. You can hold really long angles, and also you can contest these window repels, even though it's not recommended. You have the gun to do so with a DMR with an ACOG.
The irony on that is the fact that they died to the exact same gun they were holding.
Yeah, exactly. And being a man down that early into the round is definitely going to come back to bite them if they are not careful. And Schmink also taking a lot of damage.
Flying ball losing. I think maybe it was no, it wasn't. There was nothing actually on him. I thought maybe he had a shield or something, but
yeah, he was just
to discourage him.
There. Ready? First Dote call coming out. I say it keeps defenders off the cams as well, which will be huge come the late round, assuming they can keep one of the Dote calls live. And Yardi finds Demented.
Instantly Yardi infocts on Demented, but do they know about the player that could be walking up main soon? I think Schmink does. He's prone right near that Trump double door.
Yeah. They're definitely aware. Well, with those flashbangs out now, they're 100% aware. And the Azami shot, or no, the Maestro shotgun, sorry.
Instant refrag though, Gekyu gets him. But instantly, so not Gekyu, Trix gets him, and then, no, it was a Gekyu.
Yeah, it was Gekyu.
But then Trix refrags. Gekyu is down though. And now they know what the player is. They know their janitor, they can start to calm down, set up something, and they still have a cool left. But it doesn't matter, Retro takes the final kill.
The kill.
Yeah. And it is again a 3-3 split.
Yeah, 3-3 splits. They seem to be happening a lot. And first half is in the book, and no shocker, apparently 3-3. And Kunai back to the defense. And as we're pausing timer here,
gonna be on a little bit of a half time.
A little bit halftime as we are back on cams. What are your thoughts so far on the first half?
For so far, it seemed like, at least for attacking, Kunai probably should be 4-2 up. They very much wasted an early lead, but
that kitchen is
their
gonna kill them.
defenses, I think their defenses look better, in my opinion, than Atomic Apes. I think all their defenses look strong. I think the only defense they lost was the top floor one, and I think that's due to them being just over-aggressive.
Yeah, 100%.
We haven't seen them properly defend it. What's your thoughts, though?
Yeah, pretty much same thing as you. Like, Atomic Apes, they looked a lot better on Chalet, but it looks like they haven't come to play it too much on Bank. And if they don't pick it up in the second half, Kunai will run away with this match, especially since they had that one round that they probably should have won.
Yeah. Well, we're going into the second half now.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs
And obviously Kunai now back on the defense, and it's looking like they are going back into open area.
Yeah, and of course, last round I was talking trash about Knock, and Schleim apparently was in the Twitch chat because he heard me and it's now locked it.
That's another thing. Obviously, they banned the Bravo. We called it a target ban, but it could
Yeah.
also be the fact of with the Maestro, because they have played Maestro quite a lot so far in this
Yeah.
game, and those cameras are now completely safe from any hacking. And we saw
Yeah.
it was on Cafe when Kunai actually played. Was it Kunai? I think it may have been Kunai. No, it was one of the
yeah.
goons I think that played it.
Oh.
They
Yeah,
hacked
what-
2 out of 3 of Kunai's cams.
Yeah, that is very tough. If you are a Meister player, your worst enemy is a Brava. But other than that, I guess it's making a lot more sense now because I guess they they probably watched the game before and saw Yardi was running Brava a lot and like, well, we already don't like dealing with Brava, let's just ban her out.
I can tell you as a fact they did watch the game before, so they know exactly
Oh, yeah, that wasn't...
how Atomic Apes would play. And just look at this, Yardi may have a little gap he's found up blue.
Yeah.
This
the
is probably
issue
where
is
the
that
knock is being
barricade.
played. The issue is the barricade, yeah, but he's got the drone underneath. He could ask someone to watch it, and as soon as someone like strays too far near that door, he just gets a quick
Yeah, he
shot
just
through
shoots
that
it.
door.
Yeah, especially if you're sprinting, you're going to be slow to react. But the rest of the attack seems to be very simple. I'm wanting to get control of the top floor once again.
They're taking their time, but look at this. Both
Yardi's rotating away
Yardi's
as
taking
well.
damage though, so someone must have seen him blue.
Yeah. Obviously, Kunai must have had the read, but other than that, like they're getting that Kanto wall open. And never mind, they have the Meister cam below to shoot off all the pellets.
I don't want to cause alarm, but Atomic Apes are they're playing this so slow. Like,
lost.
it doesn't
They're
feel
lost.
like they've got...
Just
they haven't lost. Or are you saying they are lost? They do look lost.
They are lost.
Yeah,
like,
because
they
they
don't
just
know where
haven't
they're
got
going.
any control. Like, why are you looking at an elevator? Like,
Yeah.
you've no
Alright, they're
control,
finally
no
starting to get this
information.
clear onto the janitor player, but they don't have anyone to capitalize on it. Like,
But if I was
Schmink just has
Kunai,
to hop in.
I'd drop hatches, to be honest, at this point.
Yeah,
I'd leave.
just get out. Like, clearly Atomic Apes haven't done their due diligence in droning, and
As
Trix
proven
just
it.
gets
Trix
going to Slime.
Gets
or
to go
Schleim.
knock the person you thought was useless. And to be fair, in this round, they've been useless.
Yeah. But yeah, like Dexy, as we were just mentioning it, like he just dropped back. So now, Atomic Apes, cool. They now have top floor control, but now they have a minute left, and
A
they
minute
don't-
left.
They don't know what to do.
Three drones, or 4
Yeah.
drones. Sorry, because one is. I don't know if
like,
any of them. Or if any
All they
were
have
out
is
from knock.
3 flashes and a nade, and also that pre-play C4. So the moment that they hear a player get near the hatch, just gonna blow it and get a free kill. So this round is very close to lost for Atomic Apes. Somebody just
I
needs to
think
get
it
killed.
is. But look at this. Yardi does what you say. He gets the kill, but at the same time, there's another one down. That's the hatch player down, and the fuser lost. He's gonna have to go massive here, Yardi. But and he does. He
finds
gets
one.
one, but instantly refragged off. And then there's Trix to
yeah.
get the final one. It's just wasting every single second of the round, really not doing anything.
Yeah, they need to pick up the pace, either through having better drone work or straight up maybe taking a risk here and there. Like we saw that, like I think a minute 45, minute 30 on the clock, they completely rotated a few players. Like that cannot be happening. That wastes so much time. So Tom Gapes, they need to figure out how they want to attack and then just go with it. Often, like the first attack you come up with may not be the best, but at the same time, at least you have a plan now. Like it looked like they just didn't have a plan going into that round.
Now going back down to the basement, Kunai, this is probably the easiest site to defend on bank.
Yeah.
But last time it did come close. It was a 2v1. It could have gone either way. But let's just hope this time they just don't take as long. Because if you stall out like you did last round on this site, you're not winning. Like it's not even a chance at winning.
Although the one thing they have working in their favor is they've seen this defense. So they'll be able to make the exact, like they'll be able to have the perfect operator lineup since repick is a thing, and also they know what they're gonna get out of the defense. So the buck, although a little astounding, probably just for the can openers. Other than that, like, this lineup is perfectly tailored to the defending operator lineup.
Attackers recovered.
Even though it's changed from the defending lineup is Tubarão.
No, they had it the first time. Yeah.
Oh,
Or
fair
at
enough.
least, unless I'm losing some, unless I'm tripping. Like,
I thought they had water.
I believe this is what they had. No, it was Atomic Apes that brought the mute, I believe, instead of Tub. But yeah,
Well,
like,
either
other
way-
than that same lineup.
They've got so much. Even with the only thing that's different, really, to be fair, Smoke isn't playing blue.
Yeah.
It's looking like there's someone all the way top floor as well. So it's a lot
Yeah.
bigger of a roam this time around. Oh, but a
Okay.
massive early pick from 2 on Gekyu, 2 by Schmink.
Yeah. Say, they need that opening kill if they want to win this round, because if you have 5 defenders up come the execute on the basement, it is going to be very tough to win that. And as I say that,
Retro instantly
Retro-
refrags, and that's on to Grim. That's your
The Grim.
execute operator down.
Yeah. Now they are lacking a lot of what they need to win this round. Because on the execute, now they're not going to be able to lock defenders down and sort of keep them in place. Now defenders can just
Those-
move around freely.
And Retro was also able to get back to site after getting that pick.
Yeah. So as we mentioned, the previous 2 defenses on this bomb site, they're just going to completely hold site, and there's not too much the attackers can do about it.
And they still have to go open hatches as well, so this hatch will take
Yeah.
at least a little bit while. But look at that beautiful
Yardi.
refrag instantly by Yardi onto Dexter.
Yeah. So it's nice to see them finding that kill back as they desperately needed it. Looks like HUD is sort of struggling to get this hatch open.
He's still got enough canister, he'll get it open
Yes.
eventually, and there you go.
And the Clay Claw got dropped for some reason. But
I mean, if it's never broken, it
yeah, I
technically would
guess.
have. The only positive right now for... Ooh, a couple shots land. No, it didn't even land. I thought they did. They've still got
no.
all 3... They've still got 2 smokes left, a C4,
And
I
those
think 1
glow
C4,
canisters.
and the gold canister. I don't know how many have been broken, though, of those gold canisters. But
Yeah,
look
I
at his
don't know
main
either.
stairs push. No, he's just thrown the flash and he's gone back up.
Yeah.
They need to be
So you'd
careful
have
of
to
this
assume
flank
they
again.
have to force a hatch drop.
Because they
that
are gonna
looks
go
like
for
that's
one,
they're
yeah.
gonna do it. They're gonna have to drop and kill this smoke player as somebody walks into sight to
But
plant.
Demented gets a free frag onto Yardi, and he's dropped the hatch. And doesn't know where he's gone.
Good kill
But
by
Schmink
Schmink.
gets one.
5 seconds to go.
It's all up to Schmink to stop the plant.
He's
Oh, sorry,
whipping
to
all of his
save the
shots.
plant. But it doesn't matter as his
And his
teammate
buddy
finally gets off the
Slime.
plant.
Yeah, that was a cluster, for lack of a better term. The attack definitely looking a bit like they didn't know what to do without the Grim there, which Grim really should not be dying. But other than that, like, the attack, they got away with one there.
Did, in my opinion as well. Yeah, it's they were lucky about the play with the main stairs instead
Okay,
of.
the text chat.
Yeah,
We're just gonna
like-
move on.
But yeah,
By attackers.
they're very lucky. It's because if the player main stairs just stays main stairs instead of
Yeah.
running out and not staring at him, he may actually get the freebie onto the Twitch, and then there's
Exactly.
2 players on the planner.
Yeah, and let's say Atomic Apes, they've been getting away with a few rounds here that they really had no business winning. So if you're a
Surprising
fan
part
of
for me
Atomic
is-
Apes, then let's hope that they can keep pulling rounds out of thin air. And if you like Kunai, then hopefully they can clean things up and win this, hopefully very
Attackers are
quickly.
heading out to defuse a bomb.
The interesting thing for me is the fact that they've decided to go to this top floor despite losing it very quickly. Yes, it was because they probably know the mistakes they made, but at the same time, you won the basement quite handily the first time round, so it's interesting
Yeah.
to not go there again.
I mean, like you mentioned, like normally if a team tries a bomb site again, it's because they see something, just one or two mistakes that they can change and then win the round. But as you mentioned, like, they got rolled over pretty handily. And on basically, even though they just lost it, change one or two things, you win that round pretty handily because the attack just didn't know what to do.
Right now, not much happening on either side. They're just trying to feel out, find the space. But there you go, Retro taking a little bit of damage, but also putting a lot of damage on the Schmink and finally taking him out.
Yeah,
But look at that, they've got the pings, and I think Buck's below, and he may be able to get a freebie here on the player on drones.
Yeah, it looks like that's where he's rotating towards. Probably gonna get a scan, get a line ping going, and then have the... But nope. Shoots out the game, Candela.
I mean, it's Warden anyway, so no one mattered.
Yeah.
Lexi taking a lot of damage though, down to 20 HP, and completely flashed out and taken out. But instantly refire though, Dementor did really well there to have his teammates back.
Yeah, down to a 4v3. That health, even though they have a couple 3 armors, is pretty close. So even though Atomic Apes are down a man, they could realistically come back if they hit like 1 or 2 nice shots.
Right now they're just still looking to see where the gap is. They're not able to find it at the moment or know where people... But look at this. Retro though does realize he can
And
drop that.
rappelling down the skylight.
Yardi on the Spider-Man rappel, but instantly goes back up, thinks better of it, just shoots open the window.
Yeah, my buddy, he just loves doing that Spider-Man rappel. Granted, he does it with 0, but every time I see that, I'm like, what are you doing? And then he somehow finds kill. I'm like, how does this work? Spider-Man rappel is the best rappel in the game. Change my mind.
Villa Spider-Man rappel is the best rappel in the game.
Okay, fair enough.
Yin Candela's going in, but it's a freebie for Retro, and Yardi dropped hatch! Yardi dropped stock hatch! I don't know if he did it on purpose, but it doesn't feel like he did.
No, but he's up at the main staircase now, trying to find one of the kills, but HUD
Teammates
really
on his
does.
own. Gekyu dies to HUD, and it's now up to Yardi. Can he bait for a couple more kills, or will he get killed?
He's saving
He's
his KD,
saving KD.
of course. Come on, Yardi. Make our day and type something in chat.
I still believe he's muted. But after the third quarter, it is 5-4 going into for Kunai, and they need 2 rounds in this final quarter, or at least 1 to take it to overtime.
Yeah, if they take it to overtime, I believe they guarantee top spot in the group. But
Well,
other than
yeah, at the moment, right?
yeah, they will. Well, if they take it to, no, if they just take it to overtime, they straight up have top spot in the group because they'll have the point difference, or they'll have more points.
I mean, at the moment, just because one, obviously, they've still got more games, and also,
Yeah,
I'm
I
pretty
guess.
sure Hush have not played Atomic Apes yet.
No, they haven't. I say tonight is Atomic Apes' first games of the season so far, so we have yet to see them play Hush. So maybe after that game, we'll have a better sense of what the group is looking like. But moving on to the game in front of us, as that is what matters the most. Tom Gapes going to the tried and true basement defense. They have a couple more operators more tailored to the roam, and mainly the Legion. But other than that, very simple. You want to deny them getting to the basement for as long as possible with the Warden on the first floor and Legion, who is right now top floor. And Gekyu on the Ace is the only really question mark I have for the attacks. Normally you would prefer to run a Habana on this bomb site.
It's weird, like you not fully would be able to open hatch. Maybe they expected another open area roam, so the hatches would all be open.
Yes, but still it'd be nice to have the Habana to get the vault lobby and then the back wall, or the CC wall open into sight. That would be ideal, but
I'm guessing the Ace is for the CC wall, and then they've got 2 for hatch. I don't know yet, but
they
we'll
don't have any can openers or anything,
well,
so they can only get one hatch.
No, 1 hatch and 1 wall, but the opening pit goes to Demented and Kunai.
And as that dope call rings out, they have a read on where Legion is. And other than that, like, they don't really have too much information on what Tom Capes are doing.
Slime, though, getting aggressive, but look at this. Trix knows about it. No, he's gone back. I think he just had a little bit of a read, and look, he's backed away anyway.
Yeah.
They still have this full top floor, but no, he's still on top blue. There's one in service and there's one top blue. They
Yeah,
need to be
they
careful
clo-
about this blue player.
100%. And Slime finds the
And
kill
that is
from
him.
those blue stairs.
They just didn't read into it. They didn't have any information on it or any cams on it. So it's an equalizer, and it is your Osa, so that would probably be who you'd want to get your plant down. He didn't.
Yeah.
Osa didn't have diffuser though.
Also,
And there's both your
well,
ace
she didn't have
charges on the hatch.
diffuser. So obviously that is the only hatch they care about. But other than that, they still have that one last ace charge for what I'm presuming is the reinforced CC wall. Yep, and other than that, like they're just the same thing as always, like just trying to force a hatch drop, as it's pretty much what you're forced to do on this bomb site.
I'm surprised they didn't bring Ying this time around, because Ying would have been so strong just to
Yes.
funnel the Ying Candelas through. It's going to go on the other one. I thought it would go on.
He's probably just opening up for the line of sight.
You get the line of sight, but you can't really get the plant down anymore unless you just go for a hatch drop to plant there.
Yeah, normally you would have the Osa in server just holding the Osa shield while that wall is open with ace, and then there's nothing you can do. But
Yeah.
the Osa died earlier, and Trix just worked his way in through garage, and here comes that hatch drop.
I'm going down, but there's a warden. It's
Yeah,
3B.
of course.
There's nothing they can do.
And
All because of the Osa dying early to a rat play
Yeah.
up blue stairs.
yeah, that's tough, especially on the side of Retro, who died so early to the player that we were mentioning, the Blue Stairs Mira. Found the kill on the Osa and pretty much won the round there for their team.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so we do have a tech pause, so we're back, unfortunately. So
Siege and not having tech pauses.
yeah, that's an impossible challenge, but last 2 rounds of regulation, 5-5, I believe, as the score there has
It's
not
5-5,
updated.
yeah. Wait a
So
second.
last 2
There.
rounds, you think we're pushing overtime?
I think we're pushing overtime.
Yeah,
I think Kunai probably should have closed it out, but at this point in time, it's looking more likely that overtime than anything. But
Yeah,
who
like-
knows? It could go either way still.
Now imagine they won those 2 rounds, the game would be over right now.
It really
Say,
should be, in my opinion.
If they go on to lose this game, you're gonna be looking on this match if you're a Kunai and saying, if only we won those 2 rounds,
Because this
we
is a
would have
big step
3
towards
points.
being.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's because with those 3 points, it's a big step to being in the top 3.
Yeah, like if they get those 3 points, which granted they still can, then they are in first by a decent bit.
And have 5.
If-
No wait.
There'd be 3 points up on the next team.
If they have 7 points, right?
Yeah, they'd have 7, and the next closest would be Hush at 4.
Yeah.
And then Atomic Apes and One Goons at 2 points each.
Mhm.
So if they don't manage to get all 3 points here, then it's going to be tough. But as
very
I
tough,
say
yeah.
that, I'm hearing that they are loading back into the game now. So
Alright.
round 11 underway, or at least the prep phase.
Round 11
So-
prep phase, and it is going to be the open area bomb site, where Kunai got those 2 early picks. The thing I'm looking at right now is that Amaru. We saw Yardi play it
Yes.
on the basement bomb site, but now
I
we're
don't
going
know
to see
what
it in
he
the
tried,
open
but
area.
yeah.
I mean, he got first picked, but
Yeah.
he tried something.
Yeah, he got something. But Amaru, assuming they stick it, you'd have to assume that Amaru's going to go up that hatch.
Yeah,
Either
probably.
into admin or straight into site.
Either
but
that,
other
or they
than
just
that-
want to take top floor quickly.
Yeah, but that's the boring answer. I want to see him jump up a hatch.
It may be boring, but it's probably
I
what they
know
want
they
to
have
do.
to play to win and all that. But the defensive lineup, the barbed wire on those bomb main stairs preventing someone from lurking up, and then other than that, Malusi gadgets, Capcan is just meant to give a lot of intel on where the defenders are. And then the K-Claw on that quad wall into staff room. Just don't let them get that wall open.
Right now, they're taking a lot. They've reinforced it. They're gonna have to use an 8 to if they do want to go up the hatch. They're gonna have to use 2 ace charges now, or they go up. What's it called? The mini office hatch.
Yeah, the admin office.
Admin hatch. That's it.
But yeah, like I think at this point, Diamaro's just the G8 because you're not gonna waste 2 ace pellets on that hatch for a one-off
Do they know
play.
about Schmink? Do they know about Schleim? Sorry.
No,
They must
doesn't
have
seem
heard
like
it.
they do. No, they don't. Well, they do now.
That's really poor from Trix. 1, the default camera's still up, and 2, he impacted a hatch. Like, you need to be able to hear that.
Yeah, he heard the impact for sure, but he tried to mask the sound with shooting off his pistol. Apparently, it worked.
Must have, because he's completely oblivious, and now in a man disadvantage, and with those ace charges being shut out, and then tricked as well. That's,
Yeah.
I think that's all 3 ace charges.
I can't tell as the overlay, but it's certainly looking poor for Kunai. And looks like Tom Gapes, they can just rat out and probably go on to match point here.
Nothing really happened, it just feels like Kunai either stalling, but it's a beautiful pick, and he gets the refrag onto it. So it's now in a man count is even now,
Yes.
but with no information and no any way to push it.
And
He missed
they
it.
have 2 players ratting in kitchen.
But Osa pushed down the shield. C4 down.
still-
She shot it out.
There's still one more.
But they know the
Hey,
guy's in.
where's
But they
the-
kill him. What is happening?
Alrighty. So
It's a
1v1. Both players roughly aware of where each other are, but that smoke goes out, and Tom Gapes, it was close, but they're up onto match point. Beautiful from
I
Schleim
don't
there to
even know
get the
what
clutch.
happened.
I saw it go from 3v3 to a 2v2, or to a 3v2 to a 2v2 to a 2v1, then all of a sudden Tom Gapes are on match point.
Yeah, I don't know how Retro dies. He's behind the Osa shield with diffuser. He just needs to plant.
He
But he
died to
peeks
the
up
player
instead.
and wait. I thought he
was a-
died to the player and Princer, but no, it was an attacker.
I'm pretty sure.
Unless there was a flanker somewhere.
The flank came out. The person threw the C4 and then Retro swung and killed them.
Yeah.
Used by attackers.
I have no idea what just happened.
But yeah, now the last round of regulation, Atomic Apes have guaranteed themselves a point and sole possession of 3rd place, which, once again, it's early, but it'll help out in the later stages of this round robin. And if they can close it out here, they're looking very good for the rest of the bracket.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, and Kunai looking to guarantee themselves at least a point as well.
5
Yeah.
seconds to insertion.
Whoever wins this round will be guaranteed
Attackers are moving out to locate
guaranteed at
bomb
least
and
second. Or no, my math is very wrong there, but whoever wins this round, if Atom Gapes win it, they take first. If Kunai wins it, they guarantee to be top 2 for sure. So besides this round being the last of regulation and potentially game point, there's a lot of stakes in terms of the standings of Group B.
Last time Trix was able to get an early pick of getting off these windows early, not able to do it this time. It's gonna look like a really similar attack to the last one they tried to do on this top, but they were able to win using that attack, and the Stokeway was the reason why, and how massive they were getting these,
located a bomb.
not cams early, but being able to disrupt them while they like walk up the staircases.
Yeah, 100%. And that Duke running the Maestro shotgun is very crazy. That LMG just absolutely rips through. And I don't know what I'm seeing on the screen there.
I see
of
that
Slime,
too.
but yeah. Sure.
I'm gonna guess it's not on his screen.
It very well could be. Siege is known
It's
for
Siege,
its
yeah.
bug.
It is Siege. Right now, they're droning out, they're testing the waters, seeing what they can get away with, and seeing what is in their area to stop. Right now, the only thing on or main stairs, or spiral stairs, whatever you want to call it, is that wub wub of
Malusi
Malusi.
gadget, yeah.
But HUD is in open air. If he's not droned out or known about it, this could be a problem.
Oh, they're dropping, looking for the flank.
All of them have dropped.
That is very risky if you are Atomic Apes going for a 2-man flank with a minute left on the clock. If
3 people are
Kunai
below.
can
There's only 2 on
realize
site.
it, yeah. I say,
And Schleimball
now
gets taken out.
there's 2 on site, and Schmink is swinging with his pistol for some reason.
Instant refrag though by Gekyu, and it's a 3v3.
And 2
I think
players
they-
are on the bottom floor, on the middle floor. One's working his way up now, granted, but
All
they're
bottom
completely
floor.
locked out. They're locked out of sight. All Trix needs to do is walk up and plant, and this round is over.
Beautiful shot from
Especially
Gekyu.
with the long angle.
It's another from Gekyu. It's a triple kill. Can he get the 4K?
Activating the diffuser.
Left up to HUD to put his team, or put the game away for his team, but granted, he's just now getting upstairs, so it's looking rough, and especially with the 2 window repels, this round's all but over.
Look, he's gone back inside because he knows if he jumps out for a kill, doesn't matter. He has no idea there's a
Yeah.
player on the repels.
All right,
Wow.
so Kunai will now finish first in their group after today, and Atomic Apes guaranteed third, could move up to second if they close it out here, 8-6 or 8-7, but other than that, like, obviously this game's far from over now that it's a best of 3 in overtime, but a Solus on basement, that's a little bit out of the ordinary.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
Yeah,
bombs
I
as
said this
But-
map was attacker-sided, but it has been
Yeah.
very
Yeah,
defender-sided
it's been
from
in the
both
defense.
teams.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for an attacker-sided siege, but like, unfortunately, it's defense. This map apparently is defender favored.
What to say about the massive misplay that happened in that last round?
Yeah. Oh,
The
100%.
3 players going for the flank
Yeah,
is very poor.
that is definitely not what you're looking for Atomic Apes on match points. But
5 seconds left.
I mean, that doesn't matter anymore as we are now 6-6. A best of 3 now, best 3 in terms of rounds. So whoever wins 2 of the next 3 will walk away with the extra points. And they have Solus, and they have a 3-man roam for a bank basement defense. This is very interesting on the side of Atomic Apes.
It is, but it seems like they want to get aggressive. They want to get into the faces of Kunai. That's been working for them, though. It has been working really well. The thing I like, though, about Kunai currently is the Ying. The
Yes,
Ying play
100%.
we haven't seen yet, and now it's going to be massive for them to then clear out and maybe go for an execute later on.
Yeah.
There's someone on top floor currently. I don't know if they know about him,
Yeah, it's Legion. They
do?
saw it off for the quick peek.
but no one dies. No one is lost because of it. But there's 2. C4 could go out here. I saw them holding it, but it hasn't been
Yeah.
thrown yet.
Alrighty, it looks like the defense has pretty much vacated all of the top 2 floors at this point. So Tom Gapes finally deciding to slow it down and actually play for the clock instead of trying to make kills happen, which is very good to see them finally learning their lesson in overtime.
I'd say Ash just made a really big misplay.
Yeah, that extra Ash charge, you're getting... Like,
You have
why
breaching
not use
charges.
a breach
you don't,
charge? Yeah.
You don't need to waste your Ash charges that can be used on the mirror.
Yeah, and especially since they have no other way to clear the mirror besides, I guess, smoking it off. But other than that, that mirror window is just going to stay there in Red Hall and just completely screw over their attack.
The thing is, they may be going for a backside take here, seeing how they actually are opening the other hatches this time.
Yeah. Although, luckily with Kunai, even without that Ash breaching charge, they still have 3 Yang charges and all of Capitao's bolts. So they have the utility necessary to win the round. Obviously, that Ash charge would have been a bonus, but they have the necessary utility in order to win. So this round is far from over, especially in a 5v5 with 40 seconds on the clock.
The problem is there's so much delay with the smoke grenades.
The flash is starting to come out.
But it's
Okay,
Warden.
luckily no one dropped.
There's only time it's been Warden in this situation. But Warden, he's top burning alive right now. And look at this as well. The backside
It is
also
the
being hit at the
backside
same time. But main stairs goes down. No, it's both.
Oh my
That
god,
doesn't
it's just
work.
falling apart. And all that's left is Hibana and Vault.
10 seconds left.
And
I get what they tried to do, but it just took too long to do
Yeah.
it. Smart
that's-
idea, just poor execution.
yeah, that's the issue with defending or with attacking that bank basement is pretty much no matter what you do, you are so crunched for time come the end of the round there. Like, they moved through the map pretty well flawlessly. Like, they didn't take any unnecessary risks, didn't make any major misplays besides that one Ash charge. But even then, that's not an issue with them moving through the map. But they just ran out of time. And bank defenses will do that.
Now talking about wasting time, last time Atomic Aces attacked this middle floor bomb site, they wasted every single second doing, let's be honest, practically nothing
Yeah,
during
exactly.
the
They
round.
just kept rotating. So hopefully they can clean that up for this round. Otherwise, it's going to be wraps for them. Because even though it is considered the tertiary site to a lot of people, it's still very, very strong if you hold it the right way.
One thing that
And-
can be said about Atomic Apes, though, they are a very entertaining team to watch. They have given us
Yes,
2
100%.
amazing games to watch.
Yeah. Say 8-6 last game and on track for another 8-6. That would be huge for them to walk away with 4 points on their first day of the round robin. Yeah.
That basically have copied the same as Hush's first day, beating both
Yeah.
Kunai and One Goons on
Goons.
overtime.
Yeah, and Maestro just immediately lowered to 30 HP.
I guess he was shot through the printer window while trying to place the Maestro cans down. Luckily, he
Had to
didn't
have been.
die.
Yeah, that is very, very tough. As say, it is the only player in sight on the side of Kunai. Everyone else is either hitting a lurk on the first floor or roaming top floor.
There's a lot of people roaming top floor, and last time they attacked LC, they took so long. This could actually be a smart idea, just because they now have to deal with more than double the people they had last time. But the important right now is that player is now trapped inside CEO office after making those holes.
Yes, but luckily, or not luckily for them, unfortunately for them, Atomic Apes actually seem like they have a clear direction on what they want to do with this attack. Use the forest drones to get rid of any utility and just push players out of the top floor. As we see that ace charge onto the wall, they are
Flash is
taking full
a
control of
teammate.
stock. Yeah.
They have got the control of stock. Do they have? Is there any other players top floor currently? I don't think there actually is.
No, Wamai still.
Right,
Wamai and
Frost
Frost are
both
still
yeah.
upstairs.
Looks like
Say.
Frost is going to be lurking in the elevator, and I think
Yeah.
Wamai is in Trump. No, he's just in. He's in
that-
couches.
Yeah. Hopefully, Atomic Apes can get a read onto where those players are. Otherwise, if they hit well, they now know where at least one of them is. But do they have
know
a read
about
on the
Frost.
second? They know about the
I
second
don't
as
know
well.
if they know where Wamai is. Frost is doing really well to take all the attention away from Wamai. But look at that. One of the side players is down. A second side player is down. There was a refrag though. But that could be Diffuser going down right now.
Yeah. As Osa has worked her way into the site, is now all on Gekyu and now just
Actually, only
Tricks.
now all on Tricks, yeah.
Tricks in the 1v4 to save the game.
Guess one. He's probably going to be going down though.
Yep, behind the Osa shield, so there's not much that can be done. But
Nearly does it, but just in time, the cover comes on the hatch.
yeah, and Atomic Apes, strong early showing from them, winning both games 8-6. So they are in a very, very good spot. And as I say, they close things out. Although, I don't know about you, but I think Kunai should have won that.
I think Kunai probably, should have won that. They had a lot of rounds where probably could have gone, even that round, it just seemed like this time round they overextended when they really didn't need to. They did so well the first two rounds defending that site, but maybe repetition was the problem for them. They repeated it too many times and it was too obvious what they were going to do.
Yeah, it seems like Kunai, they just had one strategy in place and they're like, we're going to play this no matter what. And then Atomic Apes, and I'm assuming their IGL is Yardi.
I'd assume not, seeing how I think he's a sub.
Okay. I guess, but even having him as like a potential shot caller, like
as a shot
he
caller,
has the
massive
experience, like he's seen it all. Like he was in the NAL for 4 years, so he sees a defensive setup. He can pretty quickly work through and find a weakness. So on that third time around attacking the kitchen bomb site, they were able to find the play that worked for them.
What a great day for Siege today. And so far, the overview of the games we had, first day was 1 HP versus Zomblers. Zomblers took it 7-4. And then it was 1 Agoons versus Kunai. Kunai took that 7-4. Then we had 1 Agoons versus Atomic Apes. Atomic Apes took that 8-6. And 8-6 again happened again. It was them taking it this time against Kunai. But now we'll look at the overall standings in the groups.
Alrighty, let's say the graphic is not ready, so we will say quickly. Kunai, they showed up pretty well besides those 2 rounds, and I think that might come back to bite them if, let's say, later down the line they're needing like 1 or 2 points to potentially, with how competitive Group B is, to even just get to playoffs, let alone have a good seed.
Yeah. I think either way, though, the fact they were able to knock off 1 Agoons is still very impressive.
Yes,
and
100%.
They weren't destroyed by teams like Hush or even by Atomic Aces. And they, in my opinion, going into this group, I'm pretty sure most people saw them as the outlier. And now we are going to go on to the standings now for the point-based systems on the board.
over Makers currently. So that is what we are currently looking at with the Blitz Gaming series. And other than that, we are back with 2 games tomorrow. Any of the games you're looking forward to in particular?
Probably. Well, okay. So first of all,
yeah,
that game.
Alrighty.
Free Eli.
Fair
First
enough.
is Fluffy Aimers. I'm going for free Eli. They're my boys.
Yep.
Need them to
and
win.
then, other than that, we will be back at you with 4 more best of ones tomorrow. And that does it for us tonight. And you guys have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.